Hey, welcome everybody. Welcome to Hash Church. We are starting Hash Church today, episode 23, the 23rd gathering of Hash Church, where we have gathered here on Bubbleman's World. It started out as really just a get-together, talk with buddies. I'm here with Devin.
Good morning, Bubble
Star of
Girl.
our lost video. I gotta tell you, actually, dude, congratulations on fucking kicking ass on snowboarding. I watched that video the other day.
Yeah.
You're fucking getting really good, dude.
Cheers, thanks,
It's
buddy.
not janky. You've got a real smooth transition in your, I don't know what you were doing. You did like a backside 360 or something, or you did a rodeo.
360.
Backflip 360. It was just so butter, dude. When you watch it on the video, you're like, damn, he's just been doing that a lot.
Yeah,
Hey,
exactly.
good practice. Welcome to
Turn
Hash
that
Church.
off
Real quick. That's funny. Morning, Benjamin Level, and good morning, everyone. You got a huge group here. Sam James, Hash Church, a hash maker named Alex, Michigan Farmer, Matt Siegel, Mo Hash, Mr. Craigie T, Hooligan Hippie, Manic Depressive named Laughing Boy, Michael Boyack, Chris V, John Michael, MR Silo 222, fuck, Bob Marley, UKGG, and it just keeps going on. Hello, Sabar. I believe Sabar is from Germany, but living in Tenerife in the Canary Islands. Let's see how good my memory is. Am I correct, Sabar? Tell me I'm correct. Hey, welcome, Jibs.
What
Dude,
up?
how's it going, buddy? Can you hear me?
How you doing today?
I'm doing
Yeah,
very
I can.
good, bro. Fucking awesome. Good to see you in Hash Church, nice and early with the. I see what you got your piece there.
Yeah, I got the Klein out.
Ah, yes, the Klein. Very good.
No sound.
Let me send out a couple of things. I know sometimes the links, they don't go out when I send them in a big group. There's only a couple. What else we got? We got Cuban. Cuban's in the house. Welcome, Cuban. So far we got Cuban and Jibs. How's that for a fucking quality of hash maker? We're representing hard here in Hash Church this morning. Representing hard. I'm going to mute John's mic because we're all repeating through there, but welcome, John. Johnny B.
Can you guys hear me? Yep, it's working.
Yes, we can figure you out perfect. One of these days, John's going to figure out how to come into chat with his mic not repeating. And it's only been 23 episodes, John.
That is the key.
Maybe 23 episodes. Every single episode he comes in and his mic reverberates. I'm getting him a pair of headphones. That's it. Hey, we got 200 people. 202 people in Hash Church within the first 5 minutes. I love it. We got Cuban with the powder. The beautiful full melt, unadulterated glandular trichome heads that we all love so much. Well, he's got them. I'm guessing Jibs has got them too. Gonna go out on a limb, and you know I got them. So we're representing here good, boys. See, we got a big group of people. Oh, Frenchie Cannoli is supposed to come in today. We're supposed to see Frenchie Cannoli coming into the Hash Chat with Todd McCormick, and he's going to bring with him Kay from Trichome Technologies, who I always really enjoy speaking with. I pay careful attention when Kay opens his mouth and drops knowledge. If he says something, I would definitely pay careful attention to what he says because the guy is seriously on the ball. And welcome back, Johnny B. Did you get that mic fixed up?
Oh shit. Good morning.
Good morning, John. Good morning, John. I think it's time for a bong rip out of the new drop down from Flav. How about that for a little kick down?
That looks nice, man. I'm trying to figure out how to get the chat and everything on the same window. The last computer had 2 monitors. It was so much simpler.
It's a tough one, dude. Think of me. I have the chat, and then I have this chat that I also have to be in charge of because anytime any of you speak, I have to click on the box so it shows your screen on the recording. Then I also have a third page that I have to watch for my Facebook page for people sending me messages asking for the link, and then I have to go into my Bubbleman Facebook page. So it's endless. Welcome, Todd. Can you hear me? I can hear you. I can see you. God damn it! I can almost smell those plants, man.
I thought it'd be a nice bouquet.
That's awesome.
I like it.
That's my kind of vibe.
This guy grows weed. You can put him in jail for 5 years. He's not gonna stop.
No, I'm still gonna grow weed. Ironically, the same plants too.
You could call Terminal Island not so terminal, because it sure didn't end Todd's growing career.
No, a girl looked at them last night and said, "Did you grow these?" I was like, "No, baby Jesus just brought them to me."
Baby
Dropped them off.
jeez. Well, welcome everyone. Welcome.
Race car. Hey, we got Kenny.
Welcome, Kay.
Hey, Mr. Mark, thank you very much for the hook on the trailer park boy.
Oh, come on. That was nothing, dude. That was just luck that I could have organized that. So really thanks to Mark Clokeed, the weed guy, who really helped set that up. So shout out to Mark Clokeed, the weed guy.
Big shout out. Thank you very much. That was a bucket list. Thank you.
Yeah, dude. Well, the picture is unbelievably classic. I have to admit. That picture was like, nailed it.
Oh, no. Why is it like out of focus a bit?
How we roll.
Welcome, Mike West.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Mark approved.
Welcome, True Cannabis, Amsterdam. We got a good group of people in here today. We got some serious hash makers from True, Cuban, to Johnny B, to MC West, and to Pitch. From CO2 extracts to dry sift to wet wash, we have it covered in this room. And then we have Mr. Terpene himself, Kay from Trichome Technologies. Truly, I give it up to you, Kay, because it wasn't until I spoke with him and then spoke with Tony and Horatio that those guys even got on the right page. So that's all thanks to you as well.
Use it on the show. And then talk about the Roadrunner.
The Road Runner.
The Roadrunner. Home blown glass.
All right, who we got hitting here? Mark Scialdone.
For sipping.
No, you're most welcome. Oh shit! Oops.
Cool so far? I feel like a little like I'm on it still.
Melting it up,
Oh,
Jim.
blurry.
There's a lot of feedback coming from Todd's feed.
Yeah, what I'll have to do with Todd is I'll mute him when we're talking, or he can mute him if he can. If you've got your computer right there, Todd.
I'm trying.
I can mute you each time, but then you have to put your hand up like Tony did for a while, and it's not quite as... Well, let's do a wake and bake. It's Hash Church, and I haven't even had a puff yet. I'm going to go with this, I don't know, should I do Barb? Should I do Diesel? Should I do OG? Maybe I should do them all.
Probably a little bit of everything.
That's what I'm saying. A little
Oh,
bit of everything.
that's what I was going to ask you, Mark, if you remember. I finally got to make hash from this strain again. That Chem Dog times Mondo montage. I had a whole bunch of this hash with me last year in Barcelona for Cannabis.
Oh, yeah.
It's been nice. Haven't got to puff on any of that since then.
Dude, I remember puffing on it absolutely at the apartment in the Gothic area.
Yep, good times.
That was after we blew the power in our building from the D-nail, so we had to leave.
Yep.
Tony's like, we need a new apartment. The power doesn't work in yours.
Hey, can you hear me better now, Mark?
I can hear you great. It's just when I speak, or any of us speak, we basically have to mute it when you're not talking. Otherwise, your speakers are so loud that the mic picks everything up we say and it reverberates.
Okay, alright, my bad. So, can you mute me? Can you be the mic muter?
I can. You have to put your hand up when you guys have something you want to say, and then I can just do a test real quick. I can hit your mic, boom.
Then I'll mute it myself.
All right, there we go. Well, let's have a bowl here. I'm ready. I got the deep dish banger all cleaned and ready to go. Welcome, Ashwin. Ashwin in Amsterdam.
Jibs, what's up, player? Nice to see you on the video chat, man. I'm excited that you're gonna get into the dry sift.
Yeah, got all those screens ordered yesterday. So should be fun. Hopefully see him here later this week.
Well, you holler at me, man. If you need some tips, you know what I mean. I got you.
Yup, much appreciated.
I know a few things too. If you need any help,
I mean, that's what I've heard too. You know.
we got you covered, bro. All right, well, here we go.
And as you guys are hitting, I'm just going to press this little piece out here. I spent about 12 last night making some sif for this morning.
I'm getting so spoiled lately that I don't even have to make it. It just gets dropped off at my house. Thank you. Oh. No link. I'm getting eager. Come on, I sent you the eager, the link. Come on, buddy. I gotta send this link out like 100 times. You got it, right, Cuban? Cuban, you got the chat link in the email?
Man, I felt honored. I got like a pre-invite on Friday night or something like that. I was like, yes, I am going to House Church, actually. Oh, yeah, I got the link.
Awesome. Let me just do this, send this email out one more time to make sure all the right peeps are getting it. I also sent the link to Skunkman. Sent the link to Skunkman, so he might be in the chat talking. It's hard to say. I have a hard time. Yes, I've sent the chat to Dr. David Allen. He has a hard time with working his computer. It hasn't been working for him lately, so I can't fix his computer for him, but once he fixes it, I can definitely send him a link and get him into Hash Church. Yeah, let's go for this one. Yeah. Let's just do it. Here, let's go dunk. You want to go monster? Monster
Sure.
dunk for Devin. Doing it up.
What up, Dev?
Oh shit, there's Aaron.
I made it, you guys. I made it to Hash Church this morning.
I just sent you the second email thinking you didn't get the first one.
All I got was reminders in the calendar.
No, but I sent an email to you, Dave, Rob, and Cuban.
Oh, I got it. I got that one.
Okay, good. The one
That's how
with
I
two
do it.
links. I sent the YouTube link for Dave and the Google link for everyone else.
Well, Aaron, I went and picked up that clean light after you dropped that bomb. I went and ordered one up and got one here. And, yeah, hopefully it's going to help.
No more moldy buds? Is that what
There
you're
you
telling
go.
me?
That's the way. Hopefully it's going to help. I read your post today saying, I got my clean light, so no more molds and mildews for me. I bet you still have molds and mildews. I bet you it's going to take more than, like, getting the box and the light. You got to open it up, pull it out, turn it on.
Yes. I've definitely
Then you can tell us in 6 months when you see no powdery mildew in your room that it's working. Because
I didn't have powdery mildew for years. I got it.
I think it's important that you realize the voice that you have now, that people are listening to what you say, and that you don't want to tell people things before they're ready to be said. Things like, you know, just with your LED experiments and your clean light, these are things that people are going to want to follow suit. But you just have to finish it out right to the end of the gate so you know, like, that your data is all solid.
Yes.
Let me know when you burn your plants.
So Aaron's already tried the light, I'm guessing.
So was a few people. I know Remo's using it too. So.
I've never seen
38
it in Remo's grow room. I've never seen it in Remo's grow.
Oh, he said on stand that's what he uses.
Oh, okay. I've just never seen it, and I've been in his grow quite a few times with my camera. I've photographed every aspect of it because, well, that's what I do when I'm there. I just make sure, like, I photograph the air conditioning, and I photograph the electrical, and I photograph his green lights, and I photograph his reservoir, all his plants, the stalks, the buds, the trichomes. I just have never seen a clean light at his house.
Well, that's what he said on stand last week. So
Shit,
I don't
now
know.
we got him purged himself. We've proven it.
I don't need a clean light.
No, you just keep a clean. If you keep a clean room, here's the thing you have to understand: that John has this grapevine outside of his house that he's stoked on, and it covers. It's like this huge grapevine that covers this like perugula right next to his grow, and that thing is a mildew. Like there's probably literally 4 pounds of mildew on that thing in the winter.
Yeah, you can't keep that around if you're gonna grow.
No, it's got to be cut down. I've been telling him for a while that it's like going to be hard. So you'll need like 100 clean lights on that thing.
I'm not cutting down my grapes, man. It's not gonna
I know
happen.
you're not, but I'm just telling you.
You should make some water hash out of that thing, that white powdery mildew.
What's that?
No, I got the PMs came from autoflower seeds, I believe, from Crop King. I'd never had it before. I got it for years.
Oh, is that Matt, the great gardener I see?
Oh, it's Matt, the great gardener, bro. I haven't seen him in months.
What's up, people? I guess I got
Oh, me,
What a blessing!
the house church.
What a
what's
blessing!
the word?
The word is the bird, dude. GG bless.
I figured this shit out, man.
He has risen.
Dude, that's so sweet. You got the last spot, too, and I sent this link out to like 23 people this morning, so...
Last spot
That's
for me.
just rip right now.
We got Matt. We got Aaron and Ashwin. We got the Cuban grower, Horatio and Johnny B. Mike West from Green Lion Labs down in Washington. We got Jibs, and we got Todd McCormick with Kay from Trichome Technologies and some other friends on the couch. And I'm here with my buddy Devin. So welcome, dude. We're and there's 362 people watching live.
Hey,
What's up, Dr. K? What's up, K? Nice to see you on the church this morning, my friend. You're on mute. I can't hear you.
I unmuted him.
Hello, dude. Can you hear us now?
Yep.
Good morning, Aaron.
Good morning, Aaron. It's always a pleasure to see you anywhere. Good morning. Always a pleasure to see you, Aaron.
Matt on the rear.
Always a pleasure to see you, bro. You are one smart individual.
And modest.
I can debate that, man.
Sometime.
Like you go,
I can debate that.
I love how he's got bouquet nugs.
Oh, fuck yeah. The bouquet of nugs is class act for sure.
So today, I was sent a couple. I seen a couple pictures of people's glass that they're using. You know, here we go. We got one piece of glass right here. We got Cuban Grower with his new pieces of glass that he was putting up yesterday, and we got Bubbleman. Oh, look, Ashwin. So I felt like I needed to bust out some my gong.
Oh!
What's that? I need some glass.
Proper.
It's my marble-footed.
$1,000 dabs, Aaron. Beautiful.
How about my bong?
So since we're talking about glass, I just wanted to share you guys. Check out this Nate Dizzle I got on Friday as a gift. Swiss Perk.
Yeah.
Now the reason I think this is
Dizzle.
yeah, Bubbleman has one, Skunkman has one, and Rob has one, and I know a handful of other great people in the industry that have met Nate have a Swiss Perk. So I'm gonna rip the Swiss Perk now with a fat glove in the honor of Nate, man, because it's a dope piece. A lot
Alright,
of
I'll
detail
pop a bowl
sandblasting.
in honor of Nate as well. Nate is a fucking awesome dude, and I got to meet him in a very cool situation, you know, meeting him at the airport in Amsterdam with Steve Hops, and then jumping in a van and driving him to the Ruhr factory in Germany in Frankenthal so they could blow collaborative glass pieces with Martin and Sasha and the guys from Ruhr, and just really cool shit. There's a Sheldon Black representing.
It's a Nate Dizzle Sheldon Black.
Yep, beautiful. I smoked out of it in Amsterdam.
Hey, I hope that if he watches this, he feels proud of it, because I know that he had a smile on his face as he was making glass on the Hangout.
Dude,
So,
you know,
he's a big
Nate
fan
could
of him.
always be sent the link. We could always send him the Hash Church link if he ever wants to come in and blow some glass. That's a valid spot on Hash Church.
You know, I might be like the Hash Church ambassador in Seattle, and I might just show up at the shop and be like, "Yo, let's throw Hash Church right here at 7 Point Studios."
For sure.
Not might, my brother. You are. Man, I love that piece. Just killer. So Spanish. Who's coming to Spanish?
Unfortunately, I'm not making it this year.
Oh,
bummer.
we'll be missing you.
I will be there.
Also not be making it to Cannabis this year, sorry guys. But,
Who was that? Ramon?
That's Johnny B.
Johnny B's coming?
No, I don't. I won't be making it this year. I got doctor appointments and I got some things that I got to take care of and.
That's a small way of putting it, eh? I just got to replace part of my spine with some plastic and metal components.
You guys want to see sweetgrass extracts? Sweetgrass extracts!
Yay! What's up?
Hi.
Welcome to Hash Church.
Hey, everybody.
Winner.
Hey, Ash Queen.
What's up?
Hey, wow.
Thanks for bringing down the testosterone level.
No problem.
Other girls.
We do have a few other ladies in the house. Of course, Kay's got his hand up, so let me unmute him.
Hey, check it out. I got a new product from a friend of mine. It's called the Roadrunner. It's an air-cooled dry rig. It's by Homeblown Glass. You can't really get them in direct. You have to order it from your local store. But it's a nice little rig that you just heat up with a regular lighter, dip it in your concentrate. It works really, really nice. But it's by a really, really good friend of mine named Fred, who runs Homeblown Glass out of Arizona. It's a righteous little product.
Nice, like
That's
a little
right.
nectar collector.
It is. It heats up with just a regular lighter. Take a sip, put it down. It stands up so the hot part doesn't touch any surface. It's a really nice little rig.
Nice, dude. Looks like a little hummingbird.
They used to make these like one-hitters also. They used to always donate those one-hitters for our hotbox parties and stuff like that to give away in Amsterdam.
That was Fred?
Yeah, that was Fred and Glaucoma Jim.
I think I met both those cats before. Jim, for sure.
Yeah, sure. I saw Jim at the Cup. I didn't see Fred.
Right, yeah. Fuck, it's hard to keep track of everyone when you're at all these events and you're fucking, just meeting so many people.
Oh, yeah. Crazy.
Horacio's stepping so Tony
You
can
got
come in.
I can't wait to be smoking the barb again.
Yeah, it's me too. I'm always excited to smoke the barb. I still have the tiniest little bit that Matt gave me that is still, out of all the hash I've been given in the last little while, I got to give it up to Matt for having the meltiest. It's meltier than, it's meltier than the 7-star. It's meltier than all the dry sift. It's meltier than any of the bubbles that I saw. It just explodes and melts. And the barb is a powerhouse, man. That fucking shishka berry. Good luck on beating it. Look at Nicole.
Do you think it's so bomb, Mark, because it's made by sweetgrass extracts?
Absolutely. No, I really think that.
I remember.
Yeah, woo!
Hell yeah. Hey,
How
I
about
feel
the
like.
Warlock?
Oh, the Warlock was great. I only took a hit of it because Horatio really, I could tell that he liked it and wanted it. And I took both jars home to photograph them. And I could tell he was kind of like, oh, I thought we were just, like Matt said, to smoke those. He didn't say it, but I could tell he was feeling it. So the next time I saw him, I gave him all the Warlock, like all of it. And he was really like, oh, dude, thanks.
Crazy bubble.
Yeah, I
there's
need
a fun-
to photograph it, you know?
I got a funny story about the Warlock 73 because I had the Barb 73 and the Warlock 73 at the same time, and we were putting them into jars. And I thought I was all finished, but then I found a Barb 73. So out of the box of jars. I just grabbed the one that I saw that said 73, and I'm like, whoa, this one's way lighter.
Yeah, wow.
And I sort of dumped it in the jar, and then all of a sudden I noticed that the jar said Warlock 73, so now I have like this 50-gram jar of Warlock and barb mixed together.
Ooh, war barb.
I just killed
War
some
barb.
workers last night. Yeah, war
War
barb.
barb.
Will you kill me and Steve?
Even when you press it, you can see the color differentiations in the piece of hash. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I can say this much from all the hash I've made over the years that Skunkman Sam's resin is unique. It's just unique. There's some like his Skunk #1 truly like it's not just a flavor. It's not. It's like the structure of the plant, the way it grows, and the way it rains and produces resin is fucking unparalleled. It's ridiculous. And that anything with the shishka berry in it seems to have a similar characteristic, but not quite. Like shishka berry has this really strange resin that no matter how dry you get it, eventually it cakes. No matter how dry it is. This barb was as hard as a rock.
Months. I have barb that's sitting in bins for 3 months. Just dry as a bone, and then we'll take the sift off it, and then as soon as you press it, boom, you got about a 5-day window, and you can sort of just watch the whole whiteout process going on. It's got to be the terpene content is severely volatile. It's just obviously it's the loudest, so it's obviously the loudest to me is what's that, Jibs?
How long does it last when it's unpressed? I mean, I noticed that regardless of how dry I get water hash, as soon as I press it, there's definitely that couple-day window that Matt is talking about until you start to notice the whiteout process. When it's not pressed and it's still granular, how long is this lasting?
I'd have to check because normally, like it lives in the freezer. So I have stuff in the freezer that's well over a year old now, and it's fine.
I think you being on the island as well.
It out of the freezer and just leaving it. I'd have to give it a whirl, but I imagine it would a little bit longer.
Just even a gram, just like a granular gram. Just leave it out and just leave it on a coffee table somewhere for a little bit. I'd be really curious to see how quickly it greases back up or then cakes at that point. Because I'm definitely under the assumption that pressing hash makes the shelf life of the really, really fire dry sift and the really fire level water hash. That's when it's going to cake within a couple-day period.
Because the terpenes have the exposure. The terpenes can start breaking down the heads. But I think another thing that Matt could very well look into is getting a freeze dryer so he can make sure that because the island is so humid, it's just unbelievable. I doubt you could get hash properly dry, even sealed in parchment in a pizza box. Like it's so moist.
Yeah, true.
The other thing we noticed, and it's because of taking it around the world, is that when we vacuum seal, as soon as we make it and we vacuum seal it, it seems to sort of stop the process. So we vacuum seal it, you get it somewhere, then you open it up, and it's as soon as you open it up. The water hash has a little bit more of a shelf life of like sort of 5 to 7 days. The dry sift shelf life is way quicker. The dry sift, as soon as I open up that vacuum seal, it just greases up right away. And that's why a lot of the competitions we enter it in, the dry sift has already whited out by the time it gets to the person that's sampling it. So that's the big thing. I think at Legends this year, that was a big thing, is that people's pieces have whited out before they got it to the table. And if that happens with those guys, you've missed the boat. You're not even a contender at that point.
So is the future sending your bud sealed to the venue and going and making your hash a couple of days before going to be the future of winning these contests?
Oh no! The timing is everything. Timing is everything. If someone gets if someone gets 2 identical pieces and one's like just entering that sort of nice, greasy, pull it apart, super liquidy, compared to a piece that's dried out and it just sort of crumbles up. The piece that you can turn into a big long snake, wrap it around your joint, like those pieces. Plus, those pieces still have enormous amounts of terpenes in them. So.
Hey, welcome, Tony. Speaking of terpenes, and one more time, Great Gardener and Sweet Grass Extracts. Super happy that you guys made it into Hash Church. I know how busy you guys are.
Hey, I wanted to say hi, Greg Gardner. It's very nice to be on the same panel as you, bro. I admire your resin, and you make very good hash. From what I see, your barb is definitely something on my list of wanting to try. Hey, I have an observation I've made, man, on the hash. So when I jar hash in my lab, excuse me, the humidity is about 30 to 40, right? Let's say, because everything's conditioned and etc. So I seal that jar in there, right? And I have peace of mind that it's not gonna cake. Now, if I take it out, let's say it's higher humidity, higher temperatures, I open the jar, show it off, and then close the jar. I feel like if I'm trapping humidity into the jar, and the resin itself is prone to want to reabsorb that humidity. You know what I mean? Just like if you have, like when I'm about to dry sift, I have a room that's 50 degrees with a dry dehumidifier. The weed gets really crunchy, right? But it's still preserved with the terps. Now, if I turn off the dehumidifier and turn off the AC, it starts to get soft again, and to a point where it's hard to keef it properly. I think the same thing happens with the resin, man. The resin needs to stay properly sealed gram per gram, where that moisture can never go back in there and ruin the moisture content.
I've seen certain strains not really change as far as dry sift. I've seen them never not really oil up into just a patty. I think it's a strain-related thing too. You know, that plays a big role in this. You know, like for Sleestack, for instance. I mean, we're in Amsterdam. It's raining outside. We have dry sift in our pockets, and then you go inside, you smoke, you open it up, and it still stays in that dry, powdery, sandy form. It doesn't clump up together. While you take another strain of Candy Kush, another strain, and it will clump up in the same exact conditions. The resin is cleaned up in the same amount, but one will like oil up and get hard and
well, it's the differences. The differences of the resins, you know. We've got welcome Frenchie Cannoli, who's over at Todd's house here in Hash Church, which is perfect timing for him because Frenchie loves to press up his pieces and produce that sort of old school hash texture, but with a new school hash potency. I prefer myself most times to leave things in powder. Tony, if you remembered, in Amsterdam this year, everyone was keeping their hash in the freezer. I kept mine open on the table for 10 days straight, never caked, never gummed. It was grown by Great Gardener, Sweet Skunk, Dry Sift, and it just never buttered up. However, we did press a few pieces of it up with terps. We didn't wait long enough for it to cake. We just smoked it right away. But yeah, maybe Frenchie can talk a little bit about his processes and what he's doing with the resin. Let me get you unmuted there.
I could add something about caramels and humidity as well.
Yes, go ahead, Sarah.
Well, just that's when you're saying you leave it on the table, so you're avoiding the differential, moving from humid to not humid, and having the butter, seep out of the caramel in my case. So caramels will last a long time, so leave them on the counter. Don't put them in the fridge. Don't put them in the freezer. I bring them to the clubs, and I try to bring them and have them be as fresh as possible so that they don't actually become greasy. If I leave them on the counter, they stay fresh. They look good. The wrappers, stay nice and clean, and it seems like a similar issue.
Yep, exactly.
The hash carrying case. We need that. We need the hash carrying case. Ice packs and things in it. Temperature controlled carrying case.
Yep, I agree.
Temperature and humidity controlled carrying cases.
What's up, Roscoe? Hey, Roscoe. Check out Roscoe.
So is there any snow in Whistler?
No. Only on the top of the mountain.
On the glacier.
On the glacier, yeah. Hey, let's get back to Frenchie. We never got to hear from him. I'm going to unmute their mic. So welcome to Hash Church.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Bonjour.
I press my hash to stabilize the mass of it. when you don't press your resin, especially if you microplane, you open the membrane and the resin has air contact. When you do this in a 35% humidity room, it's fine. But then if you go out and you open that jar anywhere where there is 50, 70, 75% humidity, when you close that jar, you close humidity inside. And it will make the resin, because it's open, it will make the resin grease, like you say, but the structure of it is going to start waxing. It's not sticky enough. It waxes. This is because you don't have a stable resin. If you take this and you make a mass of it, then it's different, because the mass of resin protects itself and clean itself, whatever is inside.
Yep, that makes sense. I'm with you.
So when it's a mass of humidity.
It's like when.
Oh, okay, cool. So when you have it pressed out like that, then the outer shell is preventing the resin from absorbing the humidity in the container. So it's not like when it's individualized in a sieved or broken down, or just like in a dry sift. I guess each individual head is more prone to doing that effect. But when you have it pressed, the ones inside your patty are not wicking the humidity.
I'd agree with that. Well, you guys there?
Okay, I'm going to do this. All right, Phil.
Good morning, Tony.
Speaking.
So basically, people who microplane, you make it more susceptible to outside elements. When you don't microplane, because the membrane, it doesn't really technically protect the resin, because otherwise the resin wouldn't protect the plant. But it protects it a bit like it does on the flower. So instead of lasting 6 months in the fridge, it lasts up to a year in a good environment. If you press the resin, you keep it for years. You have to think that there is thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of years of pressing resin when it's a real pain. They brought pressing resin to an art form. There is something behind, but we've never checked it. We have never done lab test, trim for trim, different technique, press and not press and aged.
Yeah,
definitely.
the aging thing I'd like to work on. Yeah. We just moved into a new place, and in the shed we found a box of jars of weed, and they're at least 12 years old, like to the point where like the container, the metal lid was rusting. And you opened it up, and I mean, it was like the most unbelievably spicy flavor. Like, just the science of taking, like, just like Jib said, of take one and take some barb and leave it out for an hour, right? Like, take 10 jars of barb and mark each of them of like 1 week, 1 month, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, and have cannabinoid terpene profiles and everything done on those to sort of see what's going on, and just the aging process of hash. I'd love to. Kay, I'd love to sort of hear you, like, again, sort of like to give homage to you. Do you have any experience with sort of like aging hashes for a long period of time, and the things you've noticed from it?
Yeah, I have to agree with Frenchie. I mean, storage is key as far as like, I like the book by Alexander Schumack, because before Rob Clark's book came out, it really, I mean, there's a lot of romanticism in there about, hash making techniques and things like that. And also there's something to be said about the book that Lawrence Cherniak did with Alan Dronkers. they've got a resin curing oven in there, if you will. It just seems to be an incubator or something like that.
But yeah, it's low temperature pasteurization.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've taken pieces like the couple said that, or Aaron said that were really dry, powdery, and would never really press. They just, would not. But I've cured them for, say, 6-9 months, and then turned around and pressed them, and then stored them and aged them and cured them properly, and they come out absolutely amazing. I mean, the flavor composition, everything just homogenizes. I've had talks with Dave Watson about this and things, to press or not to press, and I've seen the complexities. Once you break those resin glands and mix all those amalgams of oils and alcohols and terpenes and everything, and then store them properly, like getting back to the sumac book, I mean, they would harvest a certain time of year, they would seed a certain time of year, they would put it in goat skins, put it in their basement, keep it for a year, then break it out in the summer and press it when it was warm. And this is their complexities and flavors and everything else. So I highly believe in proper drying, proper curing, proper aging, and proper storage.
Mm-hmm.
The hash cellar.
I was given a really nice chunk of hash in Toronto, and Lawrence was hanging around, and he took a look at it, and he just, his eyes kind of went wide, and he said, "Oh, this is the real deal." And he played with it. He just squished it between his fingers for like hours. He just wouldn't stop, and he just kept playing with it, kept smelling it, taking turns smelling it. And I get worried if I play with it too much that it actually is going to dry out and become crumbly, early. But I guess I'm just playing with it now, and it seemed hard. I haven't touched it in a while, but it's warming up and just becoming totally malleable, and it's years old for sure. Like the lady it came from.
Hey, Todd. Here's one or I don't even know if Todd's in the room right now, but he'll hear me. This is in regards to the guy who made the finger rub. Remember the finger rub at the hash party? And we all were excited. It looked all nice and beautiful. But then it's probably okay if you're taking a big chillum rip, or you're putting it in with tobacco, or you're smoking it in a joint with fire. But when you put it in a low temp vaporizer, the oils from your fingers are almost the first thing to vaporize. And when you've been playing with your hash for 3 hours with your fingers and sweating and your dirty, kind of nasty fingers, it's kind of gross to vaporize that. Remember the smelly feet?
Yeah.
Hey, can I say something here?
Yeah, go ahead.
We were actually at Masters, the 10th dinner, and you had just hit that stuff with the hemp wick, and you were like, "Oh, this is so good," and I had all those brand new trippy sticks that I was putting the samples in.
Yeah.
And all I could taste was body oil. And then Emilio asked me, he goes, "What you hitting, that Nepalese?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Let me have it," and I almost felt guilty, but I handed it to him. He hits it, he's like, "Man, that tastes like feet," and I was like, "Oh, that's bad." And then I handed it to you, and you couldn't believe the difference. And
dude, I'm telling you, it opened my eyes. With a flame, it was unnoticeable. You couldn't notice it with a flame. But with the vapor, it was very, very noticeable. So we have this sort of where old meets new, and this sort of intertwining area in the middle where it's just an interesting place that we're heading here. I'm sure we'll bring the best of the old with us into the new. I'm definitely down. Hey, we just hit 500 viewers, too. That's pretty cool.
Do you like charas? Charas? Indian hand-rubbed, baby, hair in it, all that type of stuff, kind of resin?
Well, I never saw hair in my charas, but I'll let Frenchie answer because he had his hand up.
No, but it's like, have you ever made charas in your life? I spent 8 years of my life in India to do that every season for 4 months in the mountain. This is the most amazing experience you can have. And I wish I could
Where in India?
The charas with me right now. It's like you do it with clean hand. It's true you may have dry skin in your charas, but to smoke something that has grown 10,000 feet in the Himalaya wild for hundreds of years, sticking in your hand, my friend, this is something so unique. And I really wish that one day you'll be able to smoke a piece that comes from there, and then we talk, because it's so amazing, you have no idea. So it's like this is the true live resin.
I think at that point we're sort of crossing over from a sort of hash making into almost into a spiritual essence of cannabis. Right? If you talk to the sort of shamans, those skin cells that are sort of in that hash have a direct link to the person that was making that piece of hash. So in that sort of spiritual essence, if you're smoking that hash and the person that was making that hash is a master, is a baba, is, you know, that got to make that hash, and then you ingest that, it sort of completes the circle a little bit. So I think there is a sort of spiritual side to getting, you know, as I guess as Gross is talking about smoking skin cells, I think there's another side to it that sort of comes into play.
Sure, I can attest. I sat at the banks of the Ganges with the Shivite Babas, smoking Nepali charas at the Maha Kumbh Mela, giving puja into the Ganges. I experienced it. I sat there for, geez, it must have been a couple of months, just smoking. Chillum after chillum. One more chillum we are making. One more chillum we are making. That was the standard of the day. Heard that a couple hundred times. One more chillum we are making? Yes, one more chillum we are making. Kai. All right, unmute. You're good.
Hey, Mark, I got a story about Nick from Red Eye Magazine. So
Awesome.
Most people don't know, but he would go on these adventures. He would go to the mountaintop, and he would, he went to Nepal, he went to Gambia, he went to Pakistan, he went to a few other places.
Morocco.
He would go to the mountaintop, he'd come back, he'd bring a sample, he'd send me a sample, then he'd send the magazine. Then I'd read the story while I read the hash, you know, wherever he went. So it was just a magical thing. I wish there was a graph in every issue of the magazine. So I'm reading the one on Nepal, and you know, at the end of the story, you know, you got this piece of hash in your hand. As every good hash man does, they want a piece in their mouth so they can taste the texture, the grit, and everything about it, you know. And so I put the piece of hash in my mouth, and I'm chewing on it, and I get to the last paragraph, and it says, if you go to Nepal and you get this hand-rubbed hash, you probably don't want to eat it, because the gentleman that was making it with his hand was spitting on it and to add moisture, and he probably has tuberculosis. So you probably eat any Nepali hash. So I immediately spit it out and cursed at Nick. You know what I mean? So skin cells and body oil, that's the least of my worries, man.
Yeah.
Wow. That goes from spiritual back into blackened.
That's a drag. No, we're talking about two different things also. Charas is made only in Nepal and India. It's live resin in your hand. Hashish in every producing country, it's a cured resin, 3 months cured resin before pressing, curing, and aging. It's totally two different things. You have 2 peaks of terpene. At harvest time, it's really a terpene profile that is unique, and then you have another terpene profile that is unique in itself when it's cured. They're really different, and they're both really good. You can't say one is better than the other. They're just totally different.
Awesome. Well, I don't have a lot of hash, import hash, or whatever you would call it. My minimal experience with that kind of hash is Nepal. I had a friend who traveled to Nepal for many, many years back in the 90s. And that was actually where we hooked up with my manufacturer. He met my manufacturer, Mark Rose, years before I did in Nepal. And I don't know if you knew Eldon, Frenchie, but Eldon was an old hash smuggler who was an American but lived in Nepal. Got kicked out of the country, I think, at least once or twice. But he had some great old stories, and he was actually the creator of the isolator bags, sitting on the couch with Mark Rose while Mila showed him the Reinhardt's machine, the extractor, And Eldon was the guy who said, man, all you need is a couple of nylon bags with screen bottoms, dump them into a 5-gallon bucket, and you got the same thing. Boom! Mark went back to Nepal, manufactured the first set of isolator bags, named the product Isolator while sitting on the couch, playing in his mind, going ice, isolating, isolator. We'll call it the Isolator. Mila, of course, became the salesperson and sold the first bags, and that's part of history right there. And then I know, Kay, you had spoken to her about it even prior to that, so it's neat to get the full history of people that were involved. Kay, of course, was making water hash back in the 90s, 94, 95, before Reinhardt even had published patents. Of course, before that, 1988, High Times Magazine, Sadhu Sam's Secret Water Extraction. Now, there was no actual recipe given in the magazine, but you could send away to the post office box and you could get this real simple directional on how to make water hash using like a pickle jar and a little bit of water and your windowsill. Hey, you want to talk about that, Tony? That seems legitimate.
Oh, you're talking about what Cuban's writing me?
I just saw what you wrote. You just wrote some big thing. It shows up in my chat room. I think you mentioned about William or something.
Yeah, Cuban was asking about helping a 3-year-old that is autism with nonverbal.
That's right. I spoke to him about that yesterday. I said that he should go to Colorado and try and figure out a way to get some of that prana because he is an autistic child.
Yeah, so I'm sharing with him that I use the prana P2 active daytime, 2 to 4 drops 2 times a day, and then the prana P4, 2 to 4 drops at night, and then the P4 as a rescue. And then I gave him a testimonial on the story of William, who's an 11-year-old with that similar.
Right. It's powerful in the sense that when Tony says these things, you can hear him saying P1 and P4, and you understand it's not random, that there's specific cannabinoid stackings that are happening in these products, and then they're giving them in specific almost recipes based on ACT Now, this activated cannabinoid therapy program, and seeing a lot of people, and it's just a really cool way of creating a roadmap both in the patient and in the strain, rather than just kind of guessing, because cannabis is so great, you can get some pretty decent results with even just guessing, but it's nice to see that we've gotten past guessing. It's awesome.
Yeah, it gets pretty dialed in. So like this is actually on the website, so you can see this picture. This is like what so individually they have their own thing, right? So P1 is for pain, P2 is for inflammation, P3 is for pain and inflammation, P4 would be for muscle spasms. So people have different degrees of that, and so that's just a basic way of using it in pain management. And so if you look at it in categories like that, it makes sense for people, physicians, and patients to realize, okay, well, I have nerve pain and I have inflammation, and so I have trouble sleeping, and so, or I might add on anxiety. And so you can use a combination of the capsule forms and the sublingual forms, because you're dialing in your central nervous system, you're dialing in your immune system. So you could have multiple things going on, or complicated interference in those systems. And so now we have the whole point was to create those 7 different nodes. So you have P1, 2, and 3 that are inactive, P1, 2, and 3 that are active, and P4 that's active. So that gives you a spread, kind of like music theory, in the sense that there's only 12 chromatic notes to all music. This is creating the 7 nodes, or the 7 categories, to where you can sequence them and dial in that ECS, trying to dial in homeostasis, you know? And so the picture that I shared with you is a link of how you can sequence those things independently throughout the day. You can stack them if it was a cancer program. You can utilize them for pain management, or you can mix match them like some of the other ones that I showed you with that chart. So for autism, as an example, the P2, we find the most results with that being activated, and you're using that a couple times during the day with 2 or 3 drops, and using the P4 if there's any kind of flare-up or rage or anything like that. If you were going to the dentist, as an example, and he normally has to be maybe bored and strapped, that would be a time that you would use the P4 to bring him and calm him down and try to anticipate an attack or anxiety. So the idea of being able to use the phytocannabinoids and sequencing patterns at your fingertips really allows you as an individual to kind of dial in what works best for you, and a physician can easily sequence that and work with that, so that creates quantitative data. So in a sense, you're taking what those sequence patterns would do, finding the most effective out of that group of patients, and then applying that back to the group and fine-tuning it until you're going from 80% effectiveness, 90% effectiveness, until you finally get to that point. And then you take that, compare that to clinical trials, and you have that both simultaneously going on, and you can sequence exactly what would be the best for autism. So when I give you my answer and you ask me for that particular case, the idea of using microdrops with kids that are 11 or kids that are 3, this allows the parent to have a very non-abrasive and safe approach into utilizing cannabinoids. So they realize, okay, this is a medicine. I'm not giving my kid dabs. I'm not smoking. I'm not eating edibles, because all of those things are 350 degrees or 451 degrees, and that relates to what you guys are talking about with the resin. So everything starts with the genetics. So strong land races, like in the mountains where Frenchie's talking about, you're getting land races that have cultivated in an area naturally for hundreds of years, that have adapted perfectly in harmony with the sun, and they're gearing up to produce that perfect resin. And that resin's like a grape. So if you harvest a whole bunch of grapes and you pick them off the vine and you hold them in a bucket, that's like dry sift, right? You've now collected all those heads perfectly. If you take a little pin and you poke the head on both sides and you squeeze it a little bit and you get the grape juice around the grape skin, how long do you think that preserves before it goes sour and goes bad? Or do you take that grape and do you cure it out over a long period of time and age it like a raisin, right? Or do you do like what BHO does, like a solvent like that? It takes the grape and it explodes it and inverts it and turns it into wine, right? So then you have to be able to learn how to cure that live resin or that shatter into a state to where it's like a wine that can preserve. So that's how I look at it.
Freeze it. We could freeze it.
You could freeze it. So at any time where you take the oxygen out of it, if you take your hash, wrap it in parchment paper, put it inside a bag, vacuum seal it, and put it in a freezer and hold it at a cold state, and there's no oxygen, then it stays in its perfect state from wherever you started. So if you did that late after you pressed it, you could save it that way. If you did it before you pressed it, you could save it that way, doing it that way. It's all about the oxygen. You can't have exposure to air and oxygen. And the moisture that's in the air.
And the terpenes. And it's more of I think it's going to get into the preservation of the terpenes.
Yeah, so if the terpene was the grape juice and you take the grape and you poke it and you get the terpenes around it, now some of those terpenes, as we know, can be caustic, so they can eat through rubber, right? And so depending on the genetics, that's going to change how the reaction will be once you poke a hole in the grape and squeeze it.
Totally.
What I'm trying to do is take the grape, and I think the grape's kind of shrunk down a little bit, and I'm trying to figure out a way to take the terpenes and pump them back up and get them so they're just glazed over and hard, without it going like in a different direction.
Yeah. No, we're working on the walk-in freezer. To freeze them right off the plant. Like we're gonna have drying lines in the freezer where you just hang the plant, cut it down, hang it, and freeze it. Have stainless steel screens, the tumbler, everything inside the freezer. So there's no because with fresh frozen's sort of Achilles heel is you got to go from the freezer to, say, your washing apparatus. The moment you open up the freezer and you expose it to, room temperature, you're losing terps. The terps are being lost. The things that you can smell it, right? All that smells is sort of evaporating. So I want to sort of freeze it, process it, collect it, and have it never leave the freezer. That's my next project over the next 6 months, probably.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying.
So do I have to come over and wear a jacket? So we just go to smoke in the freezer.
I live in a freezer, so I'm good to go.
That's why the hash is so good in Canada. In Canada, everyone's like, why is their hash so good? I'm like, they work inside a freezer. Like, what do you mean? I'm like, have you seen him? He's outside. He's like, oh, I got my 20-gallon. I just stick it in the snow. I need 10 out here, maybe 5. Yeah. It's like, you just got to be careful. Everything's like, all the heads are breaking off. Like, before you're even putting it in the bag, it's just like separating because it's perfectly cold.
Canada's not like that, folks.
Canada's you're on the island.
Like this is what Canada's like.
No, that's strange.
This is what the island of Canada is like.
Yeah, that's island living.
It can't be true. Didn't you just upload another snowmobiling video? Clearly, there's going to be a vape lounge ice hotel where all the hash is shipped, frozen, and people are waiting to smoke it.
What? I've been waiting for the ice cave gathering.
Trust me, me too, man. For 2 years, I've been saying, I got to do it, like today. We got to do it today. Oh my God.
So I would say this, though. What's unique about your barb, right, is that something has clicked, and that's what makes a type of legend or something that sticks out, So your genetics in the dry sift extraction or water extraction, either way, the way that's done, that resin really likes to cure out with air. It really likes to cure out naturally, and it keeps a really good ratio of that oil and that consistency together, so you can play with it. And it's like, I think that when you're actually heating it, when you're bubbling it down, it's like a little bit of the hand, the finger skin that's in there. It's kind of acting like a preservative. It's like human skin on the outside's like our natural preservative. And if you sweat on it long enough, I think you can keep it long enough.
That's
crazy.
We'll see in Spain. We'll see how long we can keep it in Spain. I don't think it's going to go very far.
I think it's going to get smoked fast. There's just about like 43,000 people that have texted me and said, will Matt the Great Gardener really smoke some of his barb with me? I must smoke the barb. I'm like, well then, why don't you private message Matt the Great Gardener?
Do it.
I know you're getting popular when everywhere I go and someone starts talking to me, they ask me about the barb, if I've seen the barb, do I know about barb, do I know the Great Gardener? I'm like, yeah, I know the Great Gardener. And they're like he's the one with the barb, the Great Gardener. So you've left your impression.
It's so interesting because we've had the barb since, like I brought the barb from London, Ontario, and that really goes back into the 90s, yeah, because it was shishkaberry at that point, right from breeder Steve. So we ended up losing the original shishkaberry in the 2004 RCMP raid of what was called Victory at that time, the Vancouver Island Therapeutic Cannabis Research Institute.
Pete's probably
I crossed shishkaberry with an Afghani, so to go looking for the old shishkaberry, which was my favorite because it's such a social, and the room just becomes like a social hive. It's not debilitating or anything, and you can just sort of keep on smoking it. That's the other great thing about the barbs. So for us, we knew probably since about 2002. When the hash makers for the Vancouver Island Compassion Club got their hands on it, and they right away they were just blown away. They were like, "Oh my God, this is the craziest resin we've ever seen." And we've had it ever since. It's sort of come in and out of popularity here on the island because it's not such a medicinal weed. It's really more of a social, recreational weed.
Until you
it doesn't do well.
decontaminate the resin.
What's that?
Well, once you decontaminate the resin, like you were saying, it's weird because we've had it for so long and it's so popular right now. Well, no one had ever decontaminated the resin. Even the hash makers from the clubs were probably producing hash that was extremely contaminated compared to what we're making today.
Sure,
So
but still extremely bubbly.
Yeah, but not extremely bubbling. What barb now is extremely bubbling. That's extremely bubbling. What it was doing before, even someone mentioned this like literally 4 years ago when they met you. They said Matt had given me some of that hash 4 or 5 years ago at the Champs, and it was green. And I was like, I saw him 2 years later, and he had like the barb, like first place winner, 99% dripped. I couldn't even touch it. It melted in my hand. So I think the fact that you're making hash that is on a different level from anything we were doing 5 or 10, I mean, shit. 10 years ago, I was not making dry sift. I could make like little hits, but I didn't know how to make grams of it. I could make bubble hash. And in fact, I gave it up to the Shishkaberry, the same one you got from Breeder Steve, because that's the one that I first made water hash with only a 2-bag kit, the isolated. And it was, I wouldn't say extremely melty, but it was melty. It produced a melty hash, and at that time, it was kind of the meltiest hash that we had seen.
Well, the meltiest chunks that we made were single screen, and they were cutting the buds off over the screen and just letting the buds bounce on the screen, and then those were the pieces that I would show up with Cannabis, and I'd have like a little ball of it, and it would be like, oh, it took me 8 pounds of weed to make this one little ball, and it was just super melty, and it was awesome.
You've come a far way
to just get that.
You've come a far way, because that piece of hash you put in my hand, or maybe Sarah put it in my hand, I can't remember. It was right before you were like, oh no, I lost the 99. That 73 barb puck or bar.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a fucking beautiful thing. That set the bar at Legends this year. Like when everyone's entering these little pieces in these little jars, and then you guys are like, boom! Chips. Awesome. So I give it up to you guys. You guys are fucking making amazing hash, like top notch. That's why I'm so glad you guys are in Hash Church representing. Oh, a lot of the people in Hash Church are making amazing hash, but I'll tell you, every fucking time that barb, it really is special.
Yeah. Hey, the barb has the the best color melt I have seen, man. It turns almost yellow. It really sucks that you lost your jar of sift.
If I was a grizzly bear, it'd be my honey palm.
Man, I've never tried it, but you know, it's like looking at a good meal on a picture. You're like, man, you know what?
Well, it's some of the nicest photos and videos I've taken, Cuban, or have been of Matt's and Sarah's barb.
You did lose that jar of sift, huh? That you were gonna enter into Legends?
What? It wasn't a jar. It was just a piece that was in my pocket. I'm pretty sure I know where I left it, and I think it was just one of those. I was pulling another piece out of my pocket to show someone, and it probably just fell out of my pocket onto the ground. So
first world hash maker problems.
I just give blessings to the guy that found that, whoever found that, and then took it to the. I hope it's like some first timer to like the cup. Found it with him and his buddies that were like living the dream. They had like worked for years to get to the cup, and they just, because it would have said on it, you know, Legends entry, Barb 73 or something like that. No, it would have been Barb 99. It would have been Barb 99 Legends entry. So someone smoked it.
It was some of the nicest.
That story.
It was some Dutchman dude cleaning up the milk veg, bro.
Hey,
you know, who doesn't really
got high.
Maybe.
That was our other hope was a homeless guy wanted, and a bunch of guys around a burning barrel at night or smoking, and just felt super warm and had a great night.
Well, if people were wondering who won Legends that night, it was whoever found that hash.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a nice night with that, man.
Oh my god, dude! Listen, I didn't even smoke a fucking rip of that hash. It was the nicest, cleanest barb I ever made, and I didn't even smoke any of it. It was just gone.
Yeah.
I was like,
Totally. Somo was right there, and he just kept coming up to me, and he's like, "Did you find it? Did you find it yet? Did you find it?" And I'm like, "No."
I sat down at the table with you, and you were telling me about the whole story. I was like, no shit. All I was doing
just had a blank look on my face.
Yeah. I was letting you tell me stories while I was hitting your barb the whole time. I was like, yeah, whatever you say, buddy.
Whatever you say, buddy. God,
that hash was great, man. You know, I was fortunate to be smoking it in Santiago, Chile, with Matt and Sarah. You know, and
right before our bobsled run, we were smoking it.
Oh.
You guys.
That was the first container to go while we were in Canada. That's all I was smoking was the barb. The Warlock. I was not even in. I was like barb. First thing to go. It was done.
All I gotta say is that bobsled run was one of the most violent things I've ever done.
Traumatic.
I'm with you, bro. Mark watched me sink like 6 inches, bro, in the chair from the G-force. I was just like,
He did. And I remember before we went, he was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna be taking hits out of the turkey stick." You can't fucking lift your arm. It's like 300 pounds just to take your arm and do this. That's 300 pounds of pressure that you'd be fighting. Welcome, D.
The last turn was ridiculous. The last turn wasn't fun at all. It was like just you had to like break down and bear the turn, and you're just praying that you get to the end because you can feel your spine. Like it wasn't fun at all. I got to the end. Like I was just waiting for my back to pop right out.
Oh, it was fun.
And the crazy part about that is that we started at turn 7 of 13. When those guys start at the top, they go up to 6 G turns.
Yeah,
that's unbelievable. Like I can't imagine how any parent would put their child in that as a sport.
Yeah,
it's like a punishment.
I'm surprised my back.
Going to bobsled lessons.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
There's a guy in chat called the Universal Messenger that's really disturbing a lot of people in there. I don't know if you can ban him or not or whatever.
Oh, I can. So easy. Where is he at?
He's in the YouTube chat. He's talking about DMT. A lot of people have really asked him nicely. There's a person that's called Google Sucks. And I think it's the same guy in like 3 different accounts, but he is being the Universal Messenger 1 and Google Sucks. You know, of course you don't want to be an internet tough guy or none of that, but he's kind of being an asshole, and I don't want to be that guy either. You know, if he was beside me, I'd choke him out, but that's it. You know, but you can't do that right now because, of course, it's the internet, and I don't want to bring that negative energy to it, but he's bringing negative energy into that chat room, and maybe if you could...
there's the Universal Messenger. I just saw him.
Choke him out! Choke him out!
Just a quick... Just a quick 6-second choke, no problem.
All right, they are gone. Thanks, D.
You bet. Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you.
Can't be having douchebags. Hey, great group of people in here right now, man. That's like some I'm looking at the panel, and it's a nice hash panel. Nice growers in the room, and hash makers, sifters, wet washers, facilitators, D-limonene.
It would be really cool to sit back here and have everybody in my shop lined around a nice big table of good food and fruit and everything. And you know those seeds that you were telling me about that you put in your mouth and then they make different things taste differently, like onions taste sweet and.
Yeah, I had that at Skunkman Sam's place.
I got some of those. My friend I was telling him about, they got some and brought them over here. I'd like to have a big session and have everybody over here just fucking getting ripped. It'd be cool.
Nice.
Anywhere with everybody in this room all together smoking would be really highlight of one of the bucket list checkoffs for sure.
Absolutely. Well, there's 562 people that are hanging out with us right now. That's pretty cool.
Have them in here too, eh?
Yep. People are laughing at you, Darrin. I'll just choke them out. They were like, yeah, the general.
Well, you know, there comes a time, right? You got to be the most polite individual, but geez, the guy just won't stop. He's relentless. And
hey,
what do you do when a bird's just pecking you and pecking you and pecking you? If he's there, you're going to get rid of it.
Kim Warren says, let's all go to D420K's house.
Come on over. No problem.
Come on
over.
Oh, yeah, he's talking about Miracle Berry. Exactly. That was what it was, Miracle Berry. I had it at Skunkman Sam's. It was quite neat.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't tried it yet, but I want to have a big session. I have a plan on doing that with some of my friends here and having a big session and doing that, right?
Yeah, it's kind of I think it's kind of a mean thing to do because people get real stoned and hungry and they see like pineapple and ham and like all this great food.
No.
And they go to eat it.
No.
And they go to eat it and they eat like the ham and it tastes like a blueberry muffin. You're like, damn. It like really messes with you.
That's not how you do it. You get, first of all, this is how you do it at Skunkman Sam's. You hit 872 bong rips of his 70% dry sift. That literally one rip is enough to get any elephant stoned enough for a week. Once you've hit 873 of those, you mow down this beautiful meal that his beautiful wife makes, and it's always like my highlight of being able to be fed by his wife, homemade food at Amsterdam, because we're not eating the best food in Amsterdam. And then after you've eaten, you got to take about 420 or so more rips, and then you do the dessert. And the dessert is what you suck on the Miracle Berry pill, and then you do the
with all the garbage.
There's a 1978.
Welcome back, guys.
Where they actually build and actually roll in the joints.
Yeah. I think Lawrence McKinney's got some of that stuff in his thing too, his little dissertation.
Hey guys, I'm going to the gold medal hockey game, the men's gold medal Canadian game. I just thought I'd pop in real quick, get rid of that douchebag that was in the chat messing shit up, and say a quick hello. Sorry I can't stay, but peace, and I will see you guys next week.
Yeah, dude. Well, I'll hit one of your hash bowls here in your honor and have a good time at the hockey game, dude.
Well, you know what? I'm going to stick around and do that rip with you before I go. I'm just letting my D-nail heat up.
Perfect.
Yeah, we'll be hitting that. Let's do a great big fucking bong rip.
How's that for a dab rag?
That's pretty nice. Pretty nice. I'm going to have to get one of those to put
No, you can't get one.
I will.
Fucking A, you will.
So now that we got Kay and Horatio and Tony and Bubbleman there, right after this, right after we're done here, I'm going to take off over to the barn, and I have essentially a still set up steam distillation unit. It's packed with about, I don't know, 5 pounds of sort of bud from a Rene crop that we just did yesterday. So my questions or just observations from the fellas is, you know, liquid terpenes, essential oils, or essential oils, just liquid terpenes, and sort of
Are you
comments.
making like moonshine? Are you trying to make it into like a tincture?
See, I'm sort of, it's the same apparatus. I can make moonshine. But my sole purpose is I also can make essential oils. I can do steam distillation. I could fill it up with orange peels and get, you know, essential oil of orange or pine or, right? So my goal is essentially essential oil. I've got it now packed with 5 pounds of
Have you done it yet?
Fresh bud. No, I was going to do it yesterday, but I didn't have glue for my PVC pipe, so I couldn't run the recirculating water through.
Well, I've been down that road. I don't think you're going to be happy with the end results.
Yeah.
But go ahead and try it so you could go through the process.
Yeah,
Send your video over here, bro.
Is it volume of product or like
when you're actually doing direct steam distillation, you're hitting high temperatures, and then you're basically the conversion rate of what terpenes are left in the vapor is based on the temperature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why cold pressed.
So low. So my goal is to sort of keep as low a temperature as I possibly can.
Seems like a vacuum would be pretty important in that sense, but maybe Kay can talk about it. He was the one that mentioned the difference between a true, like, molecule versus an artifact. I don't know. You want me to unmute you there, Kay, and you can mention something?
Very good point.
There you go. You're unmuted.
So black lime. That was.
Oh, I'm gonna get my regular lash plate. Did you hear that, Kay?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
What's that?
Just
yeah,
ask.
I've got like 10 conversations going on.
I was asking about the difference between an artifact versus a true molecule for a terpene extraction.
Well, like Tony was saying, anytime you apply heat with like a steam distillation or a rotary vaporization or any kind of heat, you convert those terpenes. You destroy those terpenes. You turn them into other compounds that I can't even quantify what I have, let alone what the converted form is. I mean, not 100%, so I can't even tell you what they convert to. But yeah, anything that's had a heat applied to it pales in comparison to the real compound.
I would say that the other day Flav came and gave me a little jar. He pulled terpenes out. And I was like, holy shit, everyone's got terpenes. But when I smelt them, they didn't smell like Tony's or Horatio's. So far, I've only smelled a few varieties from Horatio. If I were to guess the quality, I would still think that whatever Tony's doing is producing, and maybe Tony also has access to full-grown, beautiful plants that Horatio may not have to, but it seems like, just from my nose, the quality of terpenes that Tony's pulling out are of a higher quality than what Horatio's doing at this point, but that could be the end. I'm just, giving you guys my opinion. From these terpenes that I smelled from Flav, they weren't even in the same boat as Tony and Horatio. They were much lower down, and for me, I couldn't smell Renee in any way, shape, or form, and it kind of threw me off a little bit. He said that it was a simple distillation effect, so that must be the difference between between that artifact and that true molecule. I mean, the first time I opened Tony's terpenes and smelt them, it almost made me sick. It was so strong. I put my nose way too close to them, and I was like, holy fuck, like... when I took it away, only then did I smell the good smell. And wouldn't you say, Kay, that might be a good sign?
Well, that just shows how potent they are. I mean, any kind of like perfume or any of that kind of stuff is going to, they don't approach it and put their nose right to it. They let that aroma come to them. You want it in its very minute parts per million, I mean, yeah, in their pure form, in a vial like that, they're very potent. I get them stuck in my nose and they'll stay in for hours. I mean, they're very, very, very tenacious, if you will. So yeah, but again, that was the difference, is the application of heat. That's why one smelled a lot and one smelled a little, because you evaporated those terpenes or converted them.
On the side note,
it's also very.
Are we getting into sort of cold press then? Cold pressing it?
Cold pressing.
Yeah, there's a lot of different methods. Cold press, I mean, but that gets into more of the flower industry and stuff. But Tony can go into that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think you should go down that path, because I think that you're a smart person, and I think everyone that is trying to figure out things needs to experience things for themselves.
Oh, for sure.
Because
I'm still going to do it.
Yeah, that'll give you different ideas than what Horatio maybe had and maybe what I had. So, because everyone has a different experience. It's like somebody says, you see that path down there? You're like, yeah. You're like, you kind of want to go down there, but you don't. And you're like, what do you mean? You're like, you're going to get your ass beat down that road. But after you're done, you can be stronger, So not everybody goes down that road, but you need to go down that road.
I'd also agree Tony definitely has starting material that's at least 3 times more quality than I start with. So I'd definitely agree on that. It can get better, because each strain is changing. Some don't produce, some I'm like, man, that's weak. And then others I'm like, you only gave me a half a drop, but it stinks like high heaven. So it's definitely the inputs.
Well, and also it comes back to genetics and the selection of genetics as well. So if you're looking at a haze that was like super strong the first time you saw it, and then the lemon that we picked out from a G and a each one of them also has a unique starting point. So you have to look at that. And so I don't know what Horatio has, but when you have full plants that are from a greenhouse or indoor or whatever, and you're just like, oh, there's several hundred plants, let me pick out the best ones out of these different 50 varieties. You're going to pinpoint the ones that'll do the best, And, so I'm still advancing my own process. That's why I want to like finish my thought on it, like finish the whole process. And something I want to be able to fly in and talk to Horatio about at some point, where we'll all sit down. But I definitely think that the combination of what he's doing and what I'm doing would lead to an end result of what we're all looking for,
I'd agree with that. I mean, just knowing that now I've had a few strains repeat, and I'm like, oh, finally, I know the one that produces a ton of juice. Now, if I developed on that and started developing those genetics versus it just randomly came across my plate, which is kind of where I live, so I'm subject to growers, plural, versus developing a whole army of genetics for end goal. So,
yeah. I mean,
so it's the kind of thing where I'm like, obviously, I get more terps with the barb than if I was just sitting here. But my favorite, since I got the chance, Matt, what do you think it is about the Warlock that makes me like it better than everyone going crazy about the barb?
Each person reacts differently to each strain, man.
But do you think there's a part of the genetic lineage that because I thought there was like a fruity skunkiness to it that appealed to me, but I couldn't name it or taste it. It's my thing. So is it just that? It just vibrates with me and I can't pinpoint why I'd enter it in a cup and then lose to the barb hands down?
Well, I don't know. I got the barb, and I got the barb 73 and the Warlock 90. Gonna be at the Dabadoo because we put the Warlock 90 in as an honor to our fallen soldier Simon. He's not dead. He just fell off 30 feet off a ladder. So we're gonna put that in there just because I don't think he's gonna be at Barcelona this year because he's still at home. He's at home now. He's got out of the hospital. But fuck, took 30 feet off a ladder. So we'll see. So Barb and Warlock are up against each other.
Good. I want to see that.
Come to Cannabis.
I found something pretty interesting about those terpenes in there, like in that state. I mean, with Tony, I don't know if they're really caustic, terpenes, and if they're in a jar that has any type of plastic lid or something, it'll start eating away.
Whoa.
At this lid, and unfortunately for me, I was the one to find that out. It was pretty interesting to see how it's
So I had it no, he's right. I had it in a glass on glass with a dropper, and a little bit of it went into the tip of where the dropper is, and like basically pulled that little plastic little bit into the terpenes, and the terpenes were eating away at it and slowly turning it, having that in there. And it was like very interesting because it's like I watched terpenes cure out. Now I've been curing terpenes, 3 months, 6 months, and looking at what happens with them. And so I like 6-month cures on terpenes. So this becomes like.
And what do you find happening?
What I find happening is it turns into this friggin' like cologne, over the top, beautiful, like unbelievable fragrance.
6 months? is my prime time on the dry sift to make sorry, not dry sift, trim to make like good quality butter and stuff. It is 6 months is just the perfect amount of time.
Yeah. So
Still big.
that's the issue with, like, you know, what probably scared Jibbs and Ken early on was like, oh, there's this like solvent touching these beautiful little egg heads, you know, the trichome heads. And so you have to like figure out how to allow, like we were talking about earlier with the grape, if you're gonna try to infuse more of its natural terpenes back into the head and keep it hard and more like an outer shell, that becomes like a super terpene enhancement for those heads. So that's like what terp melt is, and you have to look at different, or terp sift, you have to look at different different strains. Like the barb makes that hash, you have to look at different strains will be great with these types of extractions when you're looking for terpenes. So Horatio's in the world of like trying to hunt 3, 4, 5 strains, whereas I pick up the phone and call Aaron, and I'm like, hey, you possibly know, or we could do strawberry, banana, cushy, grape with a sour backflip McTwist. Yeah, actually just working on that, way ahead of you. You know, so like that is the difference as well. Like you were saying, it's like the library of genetics and terpenes. You go through a lot of them, and then you find ones that really work, you know, and then other ones that don't. You know.
I'm
just reading the chat.
The combinations are endless. Endless combinations. We'll be finding combinations till the end of time.
Here's what I can tell you though, like a barb dry sift, like a barb terp sift would go good because the terpenes obviously like the curing process. So if you're able to just have a have more of a kind of preservative kind of look to it, like a jelly, clear coating to it, if you will. That's and it'd be a cool thing. But that's like it would match really well. You know, where some other things move on.
Like our cannatonic, the cannatonic that we use to make our CBD line has like the greasiest of greasy feels to it. And I can pretty much in all of the Afghani cannatonic, Digby cannatonic, Renee cannatonic, all of them have that same sort of greasiness to it. So right away now, even before we've sort of smoked it or tested it, all of a sudden you got 10 phenos and 3 of them have that sort of greasy nature to them. You think we could sort of spot them. They just have that characteristic, that trait to, you know, do I have it pinpointed as maybe it's a specific terpene that sort of is causing that. Maybe it's a combination of 2 or 3.
Well, think of the plant secreting oils and flavonoids and terpenes and oils, and while it's secreting that, it creates a natural terpene captivator. It's creating the trichome head. So within that trichome head, it's like creating that little wall, that little perfect kind of grape skin around those terpenes, you know? And so the more you, like, so if we were talking earlier, what sparked this was Frenchie and the mountains having those pure land races that have adapted to that environment for hundreds of years, whereas we're taking that wolf and we're breeding it indoor, and then we're turning it into a little tiny puppy dog, and then we're trying to find out why the resin's unstable or the terpenes are unstable. Well, the genetics sometimes will cause unstable results in the fact that you've got your head and you've got terpenes in there, and once you poke them or once you release them, some of them are pull in water, some of them will push water, some of them are caustic, they'll eat through things, all kinds of shit happens. So it's really about doing it so much to where you find the perfect harmony between the resin head and the oil that's inside it, where they can be interchangeable, and then how you're going to cure that. Storage and curing is huge.
I noticed one thing, Tony. You were one of the few people that had your terpenes in like your jar didn't have plastic inside the lid. It was like a special jar to have terpenes.
That's what happened to Aaron.
Well, because I've seen people already showing terpenes, and you open the jar and it's just a regular old jar. It's like, man, you need to have that special little terpene jar.
They're not that far down the path yet.
Yeah, because then light has a different change. Light changes that, whether it has light or not light. Temperature in which the terpenes are kept at change. There's different things that I've done on my own between cold or just like in a cabinet or like hot. Little things all the time. You get to see what happens. But I think I found a way that I like it. You know, and the longer the better. It's unbelievable. Like I had AJ was over here, AJ Sauer, and he smelled the lemon from before November. And he actually had the entry that we won with DNA in third place. And that actually had the terps from one of their strains in it with their other OG18. So the terps were barely used, but it was a combination of live resin and terps. And Aaron at first was like really against it because he had a bad experience with dropping pure terps. So like the little dropper itself.
I was poisoned. No, it was caustic. You know, we learned something. You got to learn to move on, and that's what we did. You know, we found out that you can't have a plastic lid anywhere near that thing, or else it's going to be.
Well, it could be because the lemons are like that. So the tangy, they're like anytime you get think of pine sol, you think of these cleaning agents that are lemon or piney, and you think of citrus. It's also all these types of things have kind of a cleaning agent, if you will, that quality to it, natural cleaning agent. Well, when I told you guys last week that I had a vial that was about this big, and I'm getting ready to move, so I was talking to my girlfriend, moving it around, and she's like, "What are you going to do with that stuff?" Because she doesn't know what it is. And I was like, "These are my terps." And she's like, "So are you just going to have terps around here all the time?" And I was like, "Well, I'm putting these terps over here, which you can't even reach it, just in the cabinet to check out what's going on over here." And while I'm talking to her, I'm like reorganizing it. I got it all lined up perfectly, so it's like finds its own little place. I turned my head like this and literally knocked the sour diesel from like this high shelf, hit the counter, and shattered everywhere for like 5 days. It smelled like I just took down sour D. Right here in the apartment building. I was like, oh my god. So I was like, I took out the osium. I cleaned everything. I took out the osium. I was just like spraying osium all over everything.
You just gonna have terps? You just gonna have terps around, like
terps on terps?
That's fucking awesome, dude.
He came out with the term called terpene.
Oh, I should mention that Mark Scialdone just texted me while we were talking about this and said, terps are good solvents for the plasticizers used in common plastics, should only be handled with glass, like phthalates.
Yeah.
So,
thank you for letting us know.
I sent him the link.
You had a link for AJ. He said he would join today.
AJ?
The guy that's credited for sour. The original guy.
I don't know him. Send him the link.
You don't know him?
Dude, I'm out of the loop, man. It comes to this cannabis thing. I'm just like
Canadian sours like East Coast New York.
That's neat. It started in the 90s, late 90s too, bro.
I'm joking. Okay, obviously.
Okay.
I love that you guys took me seriously though, and Horatio's just laughing.
I'm gonna give a shout out to my dad.
I'm not falling for that shit, so you know, I just know it is routine now.
Well, he actually moved to Denver a couple of weeks ago, and he's getting his feet wet over here. So we're gonna start working together on some stuff.
Well, let's talk about some sours. Get him in the room, man.
Yeah.
I love the
milk.
Yeah, is it the New York diesel?
No, he'll tell you. If you want to know about the real history about that, you could ask him.
Well, he can come in and tell it. And before he does, I want to introduce Cuban to Mike, because I think you guys are in the same area and doing similar things.
What's up, Mike? You're in Washington?
Yeah, I'm in Seattle, but I actually live, I think, down by you. I'm east of Auburn.
Oh yeah, so yeah, you're like 15 minutes away from me. That's cool. We'll definitely link up, brother.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Hey, so I don't mean to bring it up because the two guys aren't in here, but everybody in the chat room wants to talk about the flower rosin. They want.
Let's
Yeah.
do it.
All right. So in the last week, this guy got a shirt press, soil grown, and he's been killing it, bro. Going to people's gardens and like pressing on the flowers. They started a hashtag Bud Squisher because I guess that's what I was calling it last time. But hey, this dude's been developing it, man, and getting hella legit with the heat press on the flowers, and he has a lot of people inspired on Instagram. Right now, he has a slab that looks like probably 10 plus grams, and getting good yields. So big ups to the dude. I wish he was on here, to the point where he has the heat to where he can extract the most oil from the flower without burning terps, and he has it timed and everything. But what's your guys' thoughts? I know Jibs is wanting to try it. Who else has tried the tech?
I tried it last night. I was at a local competition cup, and a guy entered Rosin Tech, and everyone just started to get hyped for no reason and pumped. And I love when anything silly happens, so of course I start to perpetuate it. And we get to the last entry, and there's no rosin. And I'm like, what do you mean it's over? And I start getting angry, and I'm like, I thought there was rosin tonight. And they find it on a shelf, and they're like, there's an 11th entry, and the room's just ready. And I'm like, there's no appearance category to judge. I'm like, and I talked to the guy, and I'm like, dude, there's no way to judge this for the flakes in it. So it comes out, and I'm like, it smells like, I know it lost the terps, but it's really good. It was like Girl Scout cherry pie. So it actually hit really, really strong because it's partially decarbed. So the medicinal efficacy got a 5 out of 5. The strength got a 5 out of 5. It was clean, so it got a 5 out of 5. It just lost 2 points for aroma and terps. But for oil you can produce in 5 minutes, it hit me on the brain. Everyone can now produce an oil that you could make an RSO out of for instant results. So it hit me. I'm like, I don't have enough catatonic gifted to me to really run it, but if I needed that strong relief to see how far could that bud go, I could instantly get a pure, clean oil, dab around the bits of bud that I get in it, and actually get something that's much stronger. And I thought, for every man's use, a parent can produce an oil now without experimenting with solvents. And I thought that was really the game changer. I mean, I don't really agree with losing terps at all, but as soon as I experienced the oil and I realized, hey, this is like a really clean, decent product. That's why it's hitting so hard. Holy shit! And then I thought of the Prana program, and I was like, shit, people can make oil for themselves with a t-shirt press, and never mind the contaminants. You've got strong medicine that you could dab, and then you could complete the decarb process.
What's the temperature of that t-shirt press?
Whatever you said.
Everyone can set it.
It's 350 to 500.
So what people end up with is, for more yield, you go hotter and shorter, but for better taste, you might go longer and cooler. But that's the whole art form of it that that was fun. So I'm like, okay, well, I don't want to destroy my dry sift. You got to be crazy, but holy shit, everyone doesn't have to consider, the Rick Simpson documentary anymore. You can actually get something that's much cleaner.
Just for the masses and kind of myself, what specifically are you guys taking dry cannabis, grinding it up, putting it between parchment and pressing it? What's going on here?
So without the grinding up, you just get a piece of parchment, you get the flour, and then with the way they started doing it was with a hair iron, a hair straightener. You know what I mean? They would squeeze the nug at a low setting, and the oil would secrete on the sides of the nug. And for a gram, I was getting a 0.1, and the oil that you get is like completely full melt. You know, but it does not taste as good as hash. But it's just interesting that you can make something so easily.
And it's a great way for people to access a dab that would not otherwise have access to hash or hash making tools or a dab. And for me, the real value of this process would be for a grower who wanted his resin at a certain point. You could literally check your resin. You could literally go melt off a little resin right off one of your live buds and either cure it or just dab it.
Well, yeah, another cool thing I've been doing is with my 160 micron, if I get the 160, let's say it's not a 6-star type melt, I can press it into a patty, flip it into a square, and then in the hair iron I can squeeze it, and the oils will secrete from the 160, and then that will actually become like a 6-star. So I know it's similar to the old technique where they rub it in the bowl, but with the parchment, you know, it's kind of like the same method. So
yeah,
well,
the way of milking resin.
Difference though.
I think one of the things that should be mentioned as well is that a lot of people are like, oh, I don't want to lose the terps in my process. Well, then hit your hash in powder form, because all you're doing is the exact same thing the guy's doing, mashing his bud with the parchment and the heater. You're doing the same thing when you put the hash in the parchment and you press it into a dab. It's the exact same thing.
Yes and no. I mean, we're not exposing it to 350 to 400 degree temperatures. Or at least me personally, when I go to press my hash before I smoke it, I usually try and make sure it's within that 100 to 150 degree range to make sure I'm keeping a large majority of those terpenes intact. But mainly just making the hash a little more accessible for my dab tool, for my quartz, and for those reasons. Not to decarb it and to change those terpene profiles very much, because I do want those terpene profiles to be very similar to when I'm smelling the granular hash in the jar.
Well, you got to think that when you put them on that, you know, the nail, it's doing that for us, right? We're getting all that. The profile is so variable in the sense that I don't know the temperatures that they're using. I guess Cuban mentioned 350 degrees, but I don't know. Is that the temperature the guy's using to make his rosin, or is he doing lower temp resin extracts? Because you got to think that he could probably get it off there with a couple hundred degrees.
The temperature he's posting about is the 350 to 400 degrees, and that's where he's posting his yields at, and he's getting anywhere from like 8% to onwards of 18%.
Wow.
Couldn't you do it at a lower temperature? Kind of like, you know, it's almost like a new age charis. Really, you instead of keeping the plant alive and rubbing it, you're basically cutting a bud, putting it in a press at a low temperature, gathering that resin. You can take the bud out, grab another bud, put it in there.
It's hot air extraction.
I just guess the important thing to realize about this process, for those of us that aren't familiar and haven't seen him do it yet, is the whole technique from when he's taking the bud and putting it in between the two pieces of parchment and exposing it to heat. The whole process is done within about, I think it's like 3 to 10 seconds at most. So it's exposed to those levels of heat very, very quickly, as opposed to a lot of decarb processes that take
but here's the problem.
a lot longer.
Here's the problem with that. This is what I don't like about it. You're missing the biggest point of all time. Everything that Cuban's talking about is 100% on with what he's talking about. You could do with the 160. We're all talking about decontamination first. So the resin has to be decontaminated. It means if you wash it or use dry sift, you're essentially getting to the medicine itself.
Oh, agreed. I like the idea a lot better of using hash that's not melty, as opposed to him taking bud and just squishing him in a shirt press.
Well, the problem with that is whatever's on that plant.
The idea as far as accessibility for somebody that doesn't have large amounts of ice or lives nowhere or have screens, it's a really great thing as far as that. I think as far as us as hash makers and us as industry leaders taking some of these ideas and then figuring out how to really utilize that. Like Cuban was saying, using it for your 160, you're taking a hash that we may have just thrown in edibles beforehand, but now we're able to get like you said, a 6-star smoking product off of it, where, yeah, we're losing a little bit of the melt. Or it's also a good process. It's a completely solvent-free way to gain decarb oil for people that need it edibly ingested, as opposed to using alcohols and solvents. I definitely feel there's some beauty there. I really don't like the idea of smoking it personally, but I definitely feel
here's the issue.
Might come to be. I don't know. It's going to show its value in the community here pretty soon again. I think with the.
I think it'll be popular in high school.
Yeah, that's
exactly everything. I mean, it's all you see fashion waves, you see music waves over the years. I think we're going to start seeing a lot of those things in cannabis again. We might see rosin coming back because we are a younger community, like Charis and some of these hash forms. We're taking those techniques and just using these new tools that we have to really make a new higher end product with it.
So it's all about public information. So if the public thinks that's okay, and you've got growers that are just cheating and nasty, and they have bad shit inside their plant or outside their plant, and people are just pressing that out. Now you're taking powdery mildew, or you're taking weird diseases, or you're taking.
Well, I mean, that's there with any extraction form. If you aren't checking your bud for powdery mildew or for.
But think about the general public. Think about the general public and the young people going, okay, I could do this to buds, right? So that's all I say is you have to really consider that you're not decontaminating the resin. You're
not really decontaminating the resin when you're blasting it or washing it with water. If you take powdery mildew or any
wheat. I'm just saying, like, what if it's just nutrients?
Concentrated.
Just nutrients, as an example. Someone didn't flush the plant.
That's a whole separate knowledge.
Wait a second. You're gonna grow out your plants to the point where you want to extract them.
I'm talking about just people grabbing bud from friends just to set that out.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about controlled environment.
Preach that everybody uses good, clean growing practices in general, so that when people do go to extract buds, we don't have this issue.
Right.
Exactly.
Hey, there's 600 people watching us yammer on about hash. Right on, guys.
Think about this.
Know your flowers. Know your flowers before you squeeze the resin out of them.
And we should,
please grow with a clean room.
I had a guy this week. He asked me about the rosin tack, and he asked me the sort of history. And he's like, "Do you use the rosin tack?" And I'm like, "The rosin tack is good for making like 3-star to 6-star." And my reply is, "Just make 6-star." I go, we used it back in 2005. We did that because our hash wasn't that great, and if we did that, the hash was great. But if you make your end goal is just to make great hash, I think the rosin tech will fall to the side.
Yeah, they Matt and Sarah know the original dude who goes by Compassion and was on the IC Mag, the original post of rosin, which was to milk 2- and 3-star gland heads that just didn't melt, had thicker wax membranes. It was just a great way to milk those resins, those oils out of the wax membranes. You'd be left with a ball of wax. You'd be left with some
liquid hits. Liquid hits for sure.
Yeah. Back then, remember,
the old hash maker for the Vancouver Island Compassion Society. He made the hash for them for years and years and years. So.
Yep. I met him like 15 years ago, probably, when I first started doing bubble bags and went over, and I guess it was to meet up with Phil. And that's when I met him. Hey, DNL official's in the room. Nice. Say hi to the DNL guys in the chat room. There was someone spamming the chat room forever, and I couldn't remove him. I had to go onto his YouTube page and block him, so he's gone now. So that was good. Hate to have people being exposed to spammers while we're trying to have good conversation in here.
So I just had, so the guys now that are doing the press rosin are getting an 18% return. Is that correct?
They're getting the heads that don't necessarily come off in mechanical separation. That's why it's also affecting the taste.
Yeah,
so
well,
it's because
but just the return itself. Like they're putting 100 grams in and getting 18 grams of rosin.
Well, they're doing it by the nug.
It depends on the strain. So if a strain has like surface resin, you know how if you look at a macro picture, you might see like bulbous heads without the stalk, and then there's resin with the stalk. So in water hash, normally you'd be able to only isolate the resin on the stalk. With this heat press, they're just like juicing everything resin-wise, and I guess I didn't really think about it in the other sense, chlorophyll-wise and other things like that. But in a cured and dried proper nug, it looks very similar to oil. You can't really tell the difference, bro. Once you look at it, it looks like BHO almost. It's interesting. But this, I never got no 18%, bro, at all. My percents were like maybe 9% at best. But this dude is running like Girl Scout cookies and getting really impressive results with it, bro.
Well, look at it this way. The winner last night was Sweet Skunk was first place, Rosin Tech was second place, and Congo was third place. So the hype can be real and sweep an event.
Or sometimes the things that people like the most, even though they're not yours, can win an event.
Well, you could almost say I was the biggest hyper of the Rosin Tech. I was really happy to see it sweep.
Yeah. And who entered Sweet Skunk?
Yeah, and Congo too, man. That must have been.
There were
the
two Sweet
legitimate or the
Skunks last
illegitimate
night.
Congo?
Well, I don't know. There's a lot of people watching now, so now I'm going like vacuum tight.
602 people are watching your. Nope, sorry, 605.
There were two Sweet Skunks, and they were all live resin, and the Congo was live resin. So that's why I was really, once the rosin was there, I was like, oh, this is getting a good vote. I don't care about the contaminant tonight.
Little rub-a-dub-dub.
So another good
quality out, as Jim said earlier on our little chat, quality in, quality out. You could do it to exceptional flowers that have grown perfectly, flushed perfectly, and I'm sure you could get good rosin out of it. Just keep in mind, those temperatures make dimensions of medicine. So everything that we like to do is preserving the 85 cannabinoids in its raw form without any heat, and the terpenes in its raw form because it offers the biggest spread of medicinal properties. That's really what prana is about when you were talking about it earlier. Not so much this heating it to one specific temperature, which anything above 300 degrees is going to activate THC, and anything above 400 degrees starts to break down THC into CBN. So you start to get a very strange dynamic in that temperature range. And if you do it right and you do it smooth, you can pull off really good resin from it. I think it's an acceptable method versus anything else for people that are young, like Bubbleman said, to quickly get this rosin off. And I think you could get some interesting things out of that using different types of materials besides parchment paper. So, you know, I'm not trying to say no, I'm just saying be aware that what goes in comes out, you know?
I agree with it, because I'm not really eager to do it.
What, Kenny, can you hear us? Can we unmute Ken? Because I'd love to hear his input about this rosin technique.
I do hear you now, but I didn't hear the lead-in. I don't know where you're at or what you're talking about.
What do you think about this whole new fad of the rosin tech, where people are taking T-shirt presses and sticking they cut the nug down, they cut part of the plant down, stick it in this T-shirt press it, and extract the resin off that way?
What do I think about it? The first thing I think about it, I think it's incredible that you have so many people investigating so many different areas and techniques that I hope that someday we do have the exact extracts that we want that are completely solventless. You know what I mean? That would be an incredible thing, whether it's heat, pressure from a hyperbaric chamber or from the press this gentleman you guys are talking about. I mean, I highly recommend investigating all alternative methods. I mean, you know, in 15 years from now, we're going to find, you know, when large corporations or we are able to fund our own corporations to investigate all these things. I mean, we're still in our infancy as far as, like, you know, we can't even quantify how much is in Tony's bottle. You know what I mean? We can get all 30 terpenes, and yeah, it's got that in it, but what are all the minors, and what's the interaction between all the minor terpenes and terpenoids and all this other stuff? So, I mean, you know, I think it's great that, like you were saying, a kid in Kansas can take his one plant, press it, get something really good, never expose him to solvent, never explode his parents' house, and end up with a dabbable product. I think that's fucking awesome. But, you know, I don't think it's going to be done on an industrial level. I think there's many, many other industrial forms of extractions that would be much more delicate to the essential oils without getting extra contaminant and stuff. I mean, ultimately, what we're talking about, you know, it's not extracting. We're refining. We're refining and then super refining, while trying to pay homage and respect and do as much terpene preservation as we can do in the meantime. But honestly, I mean, a lot of this is already being done in the you know, if you Google plantlipids.com, they're a multi-billion-dollar company in India that does this by the ton all day long, you know, and we're just learning up to that speed and getting access to some of those pieces of equipment and stuff. But yeah, what do I think about that? I champion it, and I look forward to seeing what those guys come up with, or somebody that learns from them comes up with. You know, it just gets better. You know, I mean, if they have a worse product, it'll go nowhere. But maybe it made somebody else think, and that will go forward. You know.
Are you going to be in Cannabis, Kay?
Yeah.
What's that?
Are you going to be at Cannabis?
Say again?
Coming to Spain? Are you coming to Spain? Coming to
I haven't been
Barcelona?
invited or anything, so. I haven't been invited, so I don't believe so.
I invite you.
Yeah, I'm inviting you right now. Come film.
Let's go.
Thank you.
We have an extra hotel room.
There you go.
Matt, do you have a room?
Yeah, we got an apartment right downtown. We probably have a room there for sure.
Just making sure.
I order Massey.
Go down there, cracker. You're not getting any of that.
Well, Tony, just one last thing on the rosin, because experientially, why I thought it hit so hard, and then I waited, it didn't have any real strong terpene modulation. It had flavor, because, like I said, he used fire material, but it started to feel like a one-note THC high, and that's when I started to look at, okay, this is like a heat-extracted hit. It's like Reclaim. It's really strong, but it's one-dimensional. But I thought that one-dimensional, being able to access it in 5 minutes, was viable. But only really, I guess, in that oral use or dabbing it in that emergency use. Like if you had a CBD and you could squeeze out oil out of it and you knew it was good product. But you are right that the teen fad is going to take bud that should have burnt and sparked and told them not to smoke it. They're just going to juice it.
Who was that question to? I missed it. Or was it?
Generally talking to Tony.
Well, a thing I've noticed is genetics has a lot to play with the quantity of oil you get out, but it has to be grown pretty proper. I don't think you can just put whatever in and press it and get good results. I mean, I was getting varying results. I had to test a lot of different nugs until I found something that worked. Another good thing for the heat pressing is if you have like oxidized hash, for example. I got a lot of hash in LA, and it ended up sitting. Some of it whited out. So when I started doing the rosin thing, I got, experimental. Started pressing big slabs, and I was able to get stuff that wouldn't press completely clear again and dabbable, and I didn't notice that much of a loss in flavor myself. Better than smoking caked out hash. So it's just nice to have options, man. Like the dude said, to be able to make extractions different ways that don't require chemicals. Like an oil that's made with nothing but heat is pretty cool to me,
Hot air extraction. The first time I ever considered it was on the VripTech back in 2000 when I met Mark McCoy from California. He owned the VripTech, and he was using the Steinel heat guns because, of course, they had the heater cores that were ceramic, and they owned the world patent on those ceramic heater cores. They didn't use asbestos or other like nasty materials around their heater core. And it was actually safe to use this forced air through the bong. And the oil that was condensing in the stem, first out of the glass bowl, which was a red oil, probably high in CBN, but then the quartz bowl, which was clear, like a clear, very lightly golden oil, which I'm now again seeing starting to condense in my Puking Bee deep dish bowl. First couple of dabs I take through it, I can get one dab of this clear oil and man, is it some tasty shit. Hot air extracted. I imagined creating a giant quartz dish with heat guns like all around it, just blasting this low temperature, heating it up into a vapor down a large column with a water cooler, and having it recondensed, and then just collecting it with like a big, spatula. It was just a dream back in 2000. 15 years later, we got squishy buds. We got other cool things. Neat.
Yeah, I wonder what. I guess I haven't researched it, but what relation does like the process of making the clear have to like a heat extraction like the rosin? Is the clear made with heat?
It's made with a lot of heat.
So it's similar then, huh? Rosin, like heat pressing, is basically making like a version of the clear.
The clear concentrate is a unique.
Oh, Fletch is talking. Yeah. What's up, Fletch?
Is it what?
It's a unique product, the clear. Sorry, guys, I had a cold last couple days.
Well, we're sorry you had a cold, man, but what are you thinking coming into Hash Church with no voice? I'm just
I could.
Well, let's have a bong rip. Good to see you, Fletch.
Hey, what about a rosin technique without the heat and just the press?
Either way, you're still just taking. You're not. There's no
pressure
barrier.
is heat. Heat is pressure.
Yeah, but
If
you're
you
not adding any.
If you don't add that heat, it won't eject away from the bud, so you can collect it.
What do you mean? If it's like, if the temperature is really low, like the temperature of your hand, like you would rub charis, then wouldn't you think it would still stick to the parchment?
No, I think that it would only stick when. Look, Fletch showed us the other day when you heat it up, it creates this static, and you can move the thing. Without the heat, the resin wouldn't come out. I think that the parchment trick with the heat is that the parchment is a part of it, and that it's pulling the resin out of it.
I think enough pressure could do it too. Like a 20-ton hydraulic press, no problem. Just like
that's heat.
Yeah, but I'm saying you'll have a finer control over the heat if you're able to use a hydraulic press.
Sure.
Just like they use for car parts, for like making plastic car parts, they use 20-ton presses and 250 degrees, I think, much lower than you would need for regular curing, in the amount of time that they cure those parts in.
Right.
The real key thing is a couple of things with that is you take photography of photographs of trichome heads, and if you notice in each strain, they start off clear, and there's a little percentage of milky heads. Then they go amber, and there's a percentage of amber, and there's those little red heads, and there's a percentage of red. And so what that is the actual, if you look at the synergy of CBGA as the starting point, and then you work down from CBGA to THCA and CBDA. So those are in its acid forms. When THC goes down through its process and it's in its flower form and it's in its resin form of phytocannabinoids before it's activated, it's still THCA. And so depending on the timing of your extraction on those resin heads, whether they're early and clear or ripe and red, that will dictate the initial pigmentation of your oil or your resin, how you're starting off. So that's why like CBN is red, because that's being heated and exposed to longer temperatures, just like you're getting the reclaim. And so that's really important in your awareness process of how you're extracting the resin. The clear is a totally different thing that utilizes a rotational vape that's rotating and using heat, and it's basically breaking down everything to a 90% THC oil or more. And so it's breaking it down at a certain temperature and trying to activate it and burn everything else off in its process. So it's very, very one-dimensional. Make sense?
You're muted, man.
So someone had said something funny in the chat room that they said Todd McCormick is a pimp, and so I wanted to give Todd a shout out for being a great host, having Frenchie and Kay in the house, and just look at it. You know, he's got the mic'd. He's running. He's operating it through his computer. He's like, he's a host. He can't help but be a host, and I just want to give him a shout out for it. He is a pimp.
No.
No.
Thank you, Mark. I think what you're doing is great. Bringing community together and talking is an important element of understanding what's happening. And I think we've all suffered from lack of information for the most part for the last decades, and that's what's really, you know, hampered our industry and our ability to grow organically. And now that we are getting together and we are talking, I think this is the best thing that can happen for people that are listening and can't necessarily get Kenny in their living room on a Sunday morning at 9 a.m. to smoke his hash, but to share these moments with people. Like, you know, we used to come together in Amsterdam, I used to do it again at Positronics, and just share our experiences with each other, and that was really where I saw the industry in the 90s in Holland really start to bloom. Unfortunately, things there have changed, and I think what you're doing here, bringing people together and even exchanging ideas, even if sometimes we're totally stoned and the shit we're saying is completely going to be, you know, rethought in weeks or months or days to be completely wrong. We're sharing our ideas and our experiences right now, and that I think is going to benefit us all in the long run, really. So I'm glad you're all tuning in. I mean, some great things happening with the people in this room, and I'm sure even more great things happening with the people that are listening. So I'm glad you're doing it, Mark.
Yes, well, the next Hash Church will be live from Jamaica. Tony and I will be in Jamaica. I'm not sure. It's the 8th, so I'm not sure if we're going to be in Negril or Kingston. I think we'll probably be in Negril for Hash Church next week.
We'll be in both places at the same time.
Really? Are we going to do Hash Church on a helicopter?
We might, actually.
Bubbleman and Tony here, live from Negril. We're just jumping in.
We're going to have to take a helicopter from those two places because we have to be at their cup and the soccer match, and it's 2.5 hours away.
Right.
I didn't know if you were okay with a helicopter. But
I'm good with helicopter rides. I'm okay with them. So we're still talking about the clear a bit? AJ, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I think it is full. Sorry, AJ, but we will eventually have room for you. This thing goes on forever. We're at the 2-hour point of Hash Church, often called the halfway point. And we have discussed rosin, and we have discussed the clear. I guess we've also discussed the specific ratios of like specific strains like Skunk No. 1 and the Barb producing these unbelievably just hash-specific glands that are just, you're surprised that they don't have the name hash plant. Jeez, but I guess only one thing can have that name.
why?
It should be a genre.
Yeah, it should be a genre of hash plants.
Right?
Yeah, I want to grow nothing but hash plants. Hash
Talking
plants
about
for
the
life.
stack on there, then.
Yeah, sleeve stacks on there.
It's got like, wasn't it Triple Crown Legend winner?
Rock Bud, that's in there.
What about the Cannabis Resindica?
Wonder where Reverend Rob is in the world today. Are you watching
I was
us?
going to say, is there anything called a hash leaf, drug type? I figured that would show up pretty soon.
The wide leaf, the WLD and the NLD.
Well, it would show up as some type of hash leaf, any type of sun leaves that are covered in resin, so it would just be the hash leaf type.
Exactly.
Hash leaf.
We got some fire in the room. We got DNA. We got Archive. We got the Great Gardener. We got some choice hash makers, Cuban growers in the room. Jibs and Ken from the Melts, the Trichome Heavy Extract boys. We got Frenchie Cannoli, Kay from Trichome Technologies, and Tony V from so many things. I don't even know. I'll mention just one each time. This time I'll mention from Blue River. Check out Blue River if you haven't given it a check seat.
No, don't push it yet.
Oh yeah, look it up. Facebook, I'm pushing it. Blue River.
Don't push it yet.
United Cannabis, River Rock, cannabinoid research and development. We push many things with this man.
You're funny.
Oh, hey, Fletcher, that sounds awesome.
Hey, Mark, what do you, and Aaron, really, I was going to ask Aaron, what do you think of Rob Clark's new classification of getting away from sativa and it being more classification of broadleaf drug, narrow-leaf drug, broadleaf hemp, narrow-leaf hemp, and looking at it more in the terms of the way they define it in cannabis evolution and ethnobotany? Are you guys going to kind of adapt that system? You're going to be kind of leaders in the seed market these days? Well, it's a whole shameless plug.
We're just saying things are. We're just saying things are. Oh, this is more of a broadleaf drug variety than others.
Well, no, he comes to the. You know, what he's saying. He's saying basically what Rob's coming to the conclusion to, and Merlin in his book is that what all this is here. Let me grab this for a second. Is that it's all in everything drug variety is indica. And the word indica basically means of or like India. So back in the day, it was known that India produced cannabis for drug varieties, so it was indica. And when they named sativa, there's lettuce sativa, for instance. And it's because when they were classifying the most useful plants, these that were most useful got this Latin suffix sativa. And it just basically was a cue to, hey, grow this stuff. Because at the time, the Europeans were trying to separate the varieties they were using for little things like rope and canvas and oils and paints and varnishes and industrial applications away from the varieties that were bushy and resiny and drug-like, because they needed tall, they needed the fiber, they needed the industrial varieties of cannabis that they were discovering. So those became sativa, and they were only Indo-European hemp varieties that were used for industrial purposes. That's it, period. It was never to be smoked. Sativa was never smoked. And now indica, in the sense is he breaks it down like if you're hanging out in the Hindu Kush mountains where it's naturally this short, fast flowering plant, and then you go down into India, into places like Goa, you're going to get equatorial varieties that we would mistakenly call sativa, but these are definitely indica. They've never been to Indo-European use for industrial hemp. They're totally drug varieties. They're just tropical. So what he's saying is what we're mistakenly calling sativa is technically just tropical cannabis that takes a long time. The term I would use is equatorial because it's from near the equator, and so it's all indica. It's just a matter of, you know, the short plants that take 6 weeks are more northern, and the longer plants that take 16 weeks are simply more tropical. So what we're trying to describe is really northern and tropical when we say indica sativa, and we're just misnomers in what we're saying when we're calling it sativa, because really none of us are smoking hemp, technically.
And he's basically categorizing them as an NLD, a narrow leaf drug cultivar, and a wide leaf drug cultivar. And for me, what I think, I mean, obviously these guys, in the history of their 35 to 40 years of being active with this plant and traveling and collecting genetics and breeding and doing all the work they've done, they pretty much always knock it out of the park. So I would have, you know, I listened to it. I recently got the book. Mark and Rob sent me a copy of it. And I'm going to read through it and check it out. He was on Hash Church. I saw him speak in Amsterdam right before Tony and I spoke. So I get what he's saying. And like I say, the majority of us, our opinions that we have now that are based on indica and sativa, well, those opinions, most of us acquired them from Robert Connell Clark in the first place. So it's not to go out too far out on a limb to think that the next acceptable opinion will be that of his. He's a historian, you know, the work that they've done. That book took 17 years to produce.
Well, I subscribe to what Todd is saying as well as what Rob is preaching. And I think it is it's a product of its environment. If a species of plant has grown towards the equator, it's going to grow out longer, taller to try to escape that ground heat that I was telling you about, the same way palm trees do it. Or if they're up high in the mountains and the sun cycle is different than the equator, and they have different types of way of pushing phosphorus through that plant, and how they capture light and do photosynthesis. So they're going to get fatter and bushier because they're trying to conserve more of that light and stay closer down because of those higher elevations. So those things are products of its environment, and I agree with how Todd explained it. You know, that's the best way to kind of look at it.
Yep. What if there was a good quote I was going to read from the YouTube chat here. Let me just see if I can find it. It's from Hemp Guy. What did Hemp Guy have to say? The chat moves so fast, it's unbelievable. Oh, he's saying NLDs and WLDs are also divided by the length of time flowering and terpene content. And some other guy's complaining that his girlfriend's upset with him because she's been smoking bowls all morning and watching us talk about hash. He asks, is it time for a new girlfriend? It's possum. Hey, welcome, Mark. You've been quiet there, sitting there all quiet. You want to drop some cool NMHR knowledge on us?
Oh, yeah, I was actually thinking about Proton NMR when you guys were talking. Still celebrating from getting my tickets yesterday, so we got tickets successfully, so see everyone in Chicago. Yeah, so I'd love to share an image. Myrcene, which is a very common terp that's in a lot of cannabis, is one of those terpenes that is extremely thermally sensitive. And so when myrcene is heated up, it can rearrange itself into limonene, which is more stable than myrcene. And the other thing that myrcene can do is it can actually react with alcohols like ethanol or methanol. So if someone's doing an alcohol winterization, you always have to keep in mind that these molecules can react with one another, and so alcohols will react with some terpenes to then make other compounds.
Sweet. Drop it. Dropping knowledge. Little chemistry knowledge just being dropped by Mark.
And those myrcene terps are usually in OGs and Kushes. The fuely, earthy smell, anything, those strains that smell like oat, earth, fuel, soil, that's what he's talking about, where those terps are coming from. And, and then you'll have terps that are generally around in sativas, like a tangy, an orange, a lime, a bright, grapefruity, grape, you know, those kind of flavors are generally the others.
Yeah, because they're not thermally stable, traditionally most of the work that's been done to look at the essential oils has been done by gas chromatography, and I think we had this discussion when we were at Tony's house. Gas chromatography is a thermal method that will sometimes rearrange the terpenes. So what you see on the gas chromatography chromatogram may not necessarily be what you would see at room temperature, and that's one of the reasons why we think NMR coupled with gas chromatography is going to give us a real unique insight on some of the molecules that are there at room temperature.
And you could do that in different stages while the resin's actually collecting and growing on the plant. So early, mid, late, you know, at any point you get to pull information, which is really good about that test. I think
Absolutely. In fact, it'll follow the genetic profile if you're looking at, as the plant matures through veg on into flowering, the expression of the enzymes that are the molecular machinery within the plant to actually make cannabinoids and terpenes. So what you'll see in various points is an upregulation of the genes that code for those enzymes that are responsible for making those chemicals in the trichome.
So, just off note, man, testing-wise, they should standardize testing where everybody's results are like based on the same parameters or something. I just got the test results for the dry sift I entered in high times, and it was 20% less THC than the first entry I did in high times in Seattle. And I was like, well, you know, why? And then I realized they were supposedly tested by different labs. Now, different labs give different results. That's crazy.
Different machine.
It is
different
machine. So what
it
do you?
comes down to how well the person that's running the machine is working with that machine. There's so many variables with testing that virtually I put no weight in numbers that I get from labs. It's just as a sort of it's a reference for me.
To make a perfect example of testing numbers, Steep Hill even, Tony had the hash on Hash Church last week, the Gorilla Glue number 4 that we made from a garden here in Denver. Every bag on it's completely full melt. It's a strain that yields onwards of like 20% in the bags. The flowers tested at 30%. We sent off like 4 samples to Steep Hill at the same time. Every bag of that Gorilla Glue is completely full melt. We sent off like a 1/4 gram of all the bags together in one jar to have that tested. It was only 70%, and at the same time testing, we ended up sending some cooking, or like some, what I'd consider almost cooking grade or smoking grade hash from another sender that just wanted a whole bunch of material processed that has no melt, almost no smell left to it, but it's still pure heads in a jar. It was still a gram of pure heads in a jar. That the one hash that had no melt and no terpenes left tested 76% potency from Steep Hill, whereas in the Gorilla Glue number 4 that has
perfect heads,
melts to nothing on your nail, knocks you back.
Like it's oil.
It only tested 70% from Steep Hill. So I mean, some of the validity from testing, I mean, there's a lot to be understood there, and there's a lot to be said in them having universalized standards. To say a hash that doesn't melt at all is more potent than a hash that melts to nothing and has large amounts of terpenes in it is, I mean, it's hard to fathom, I mean, the scientific reading behind those tests.
Well, is THC what decides potency? I mean, I thought the terpenes and why we're trying to get to the most lost terpenes and how they can modulate the effects. The effects versus, I don't see why we judge THC levels as, oh, well, 6%, that's more potent. I look at it and I'm like, well, if there was 6% less terpenes in it, then the THC out of 100% would just go up. But that doesn't make the product more potent. It's just a representative of what's left.
It's not so much potent. What I'm more looking at is like numbers. For example, my first entry was flowers that tested in the lab at like 26% THC, right? Terpene-wise, it was like about a 4% or something like that. And the dry sift end result was 81% total THC with, you know, all the other numbers, maybe like 80 point something. I have a picture on my Instagram. Now the second entry was flowers that tested at 32.5%, and it came out, the hash, the dry sift, same LPIs and everything, full melt, very high quality. You know what I mean? Came out at 60%. Now it just, to me, I was like, I thought it was gonna test somewhere at least 70 something, but 60% is insane. It just, to me, it threw off like. If it's tested by different labs and they can't keep a certain standard or like some, I don't know, man, like a standardized testing.
Well, that's the other thing. Like, so when you look at like how, say,
now the second entry was flowers at 32.5%, and it came out.
It's not the same.
I think it's feedback on Todd.
Yeah, who's got the mic going? Oh, Todd on mic. Okay. Sorry, I try to keep on it, guys. I try to keep on it.
Okay. So, like it also, so when we're talking about how it's tested, like this isn't a knock on any particular one place or business, but like at Harborside, they use a quantum cam and this little thing that's supposed to use UV. And I did the tour with Dave Watson myself, and I saw it. And our thoughts on it were, when we both looked at it, was it's like kind of a reference guide. So what Jibs is saying, that you have two completely different, you don't think it's a reference guide?
No, ultraviolet cannot be used to quantify cannabinoids at the level that they occur in cannabis. Period. End of story. So HPLC. Okay.
No clue.
You gotta remember.
Hey guys, can I speak to that? Can I say something?
Sure. Please.
The Quanticam machine actually is only a reference machine. All it technically does is it takes an infrared scan of the material that they grind up. They put it in the top of the machine. It scans the machine. It takes that sample. It compares it to the database at Steep Hill and says, hey, what looks like this? And just like Google Faces, it goes, well, it could look like this person. And then it comes back and says, oh, you got sour diesel. And when we tested that, it was 16% or whatever. But that doesn't mean that sample was tested. It means that it did a scan that looks like what one of the scans at their database looks like. That's how the Quanticam machine works. It's
Right.
not really
So
testing
what it's looking
the pot.
for is there's a so-called fingerprint region of the spectrum where each individual strain or each individual compound is going to have a unique fingerprint. And so what they're trying to do is they're trying to do a comparison of that fingerprint in the database to the one that's being measured. And you're right.
It's only as good as its base, and that's the problem. Is that right now there's not enough, and the problems a lot of us have with the testing that's going on is they're all not coming to the same baseline. So all these tests are bullshit. I just went to the Emerald Cup, and they're running around with outdoor weed that's 28 and 31% THC, and I'm kind of just laughing my ass off. And the thing that I kind of think is, not to sound like a weirdo now, but what if we were all wrong about the way that we harvested our pot? Like, all the old concept is like half the pistils are mature, that's peak THC. But now we know, really? Where the hell were you tested? And then the second thing we know is, now we're not really going for peak THC. Now we're going for the richness of cannabinoids, the richness of terpenes, and all that buildup is going to happen, I think, over time. So now what I would urge people to do is start testing maybe daily leading up to, you know, rejuvenation, so that you can actually see the way all of the cannabinoids and all of the terpenes kind of build up and then start to break down over time, so that then we get a better understanding of all of the different cannabinoids we're growing and not just THC, because Marinol was just 100% THC and it sucked. And realistically, if, like the way Kenny put it, if someone showed up with 100% cheese, you wouldn't call it a pizza. And the fact is that you've got to take reductions in these numbers. It's not a freaking quarter-mile race to see who's getting there the fastest or who has the biggest sword. It's really about the complexity of the nuances and the synergy of the way these cannabinoids and terpenes are working together. That's the beauty of cannabis. And when people are just sitting here showing up with 80-90% THC, it's like showing up with a pizza that's fucking all cheese. No sauce and hardly any dough.
No, but exactly. Getting back to the lab, you don't understand them. I've been to their first conference. Those people, they work with second-hand machinery. Nobody uses the same calibration. They have never tested the same product blindfolded together. They're just starting. They're the new kid in the industry, and we're going to be dependent on them because they are our future. But we don't know them, and they don't know us. We work the same way. They are more passionate than most growers about the purity and the cleanliness of the product, but they don't understand the grower. Imagine if you test a bud, if you test a front bud and a back bud on the same plant, it's going to taste different whichever lab you test. Even on the same bud, you take the top, the middle part or the bottom part, it's not going to taste the same. So it's like you need an understanding between the grower and the lab to be able to really do something. For them to be accurate, they need to follow everything. They cannot even check your pesticide if the guy doesn't tell them exactly which pesticide he used, because you have to pinpoint a pesticide. You cannot do a view of it. It's like it goes way deeper. You're complaining about them, but you don't know them. You need to get that step towards them to be able to work with them. Then we get somewhere.
I couldn't agree more with Todd.
One of the other things you can do with your labs is you can ask them about their methodology. Ask them if they've tested that equipment that day. Did they test the HPLC with a known sample? Can you have a look at that? You know, is their machine operating right? Most people out there now don't have the time to run the known samples through their machines to make sure that the machine is operating correctly because they got too many people and too many samples to test throughout that day. So
They can't get them. What kind of sample? Where are they going to get the pure THC from?
Yeah, so basically, so that's what we're talking about standard. So the quantum chem with the GV is useless. We all
Yes,
agree.
it is useless. And not to be rude to the people that are trying to do testing, because the problem they're having, and people watching may not understand this, I think there's only like a $10,000 per test fine on what they're doing. So the people that are testing cannabis are really trying to pioneer the industry in their own right, and they deserve credit, not to be degraded in any way, because we're all on a path of trying to figure shit out. The truth is that we don't really have the standards, and they can't come together in one room and say, okay, everybody, this is this color, let's go with this color, and then go on, because then it would be this massive fucked up federal conspiracy, and we're still in a mucky area here, and what people watching should do is try to get federal laws changed, because that's really going to change the way that we can communicate as an industry and really be able to bring shared technologies to the table without the fear of getting ripped off. Because people have ideas in other communities, technological communities, they can patent their ideas, they can actually protect them. In our cannabis world, we're kind of in this wild, wild west mentality, and it sort of sucks. And that's not going to change really until we see really legalization and regulation, and that's where we all should be headed, because then we'll see real innovation starting to hit that we have no idea of how cool it could be yet. I truly believe that.
Yeah,
we started testing in 2007.
Wow.
Yeah. And most places like I've never liked the GC portion. HPLC with proton NMR. I think you can get a lot of data with those two together, and then you could start to develop a true standard.
Yeah, absolutely. There are no standards needed for proton or carbon NMR, because the NMR spectrum itself tells the chemist what molecules are in a mixture. So there do exist today analytical methods to analyze mixtures of compounds found in essential oils, period. That technology exists. Does it exist with a standardized method in the AHP monograph like it does for HPLC? No. But stay tuned. We're going to write that.
What about heavy metals? Do you still need like an AA for that, or?
Yeah, heavy metals and trace contaminants. You're still going to need AA. There's other things that you can do for trace metals analysis, like I was mentioning X-ray fluorescence. They have these handheld phaser-looking guns now that you can use depending on the trace contaminants. That's actually used quite a bit in agriculture now for soil, for determine trace contaminants of metals in soil. I don't know that that's good for plant material itself, but certainly the atomic absorption will give you trace metals analysis in flour or concentrate.
That could be good for plants. For,
Absolutely. Let me just speak to the variation you're seeing between these labs. So the problem with making comparison between samples between different labs is that we haven't fully done a full statistical robust analysis between the measurements between different labs. And until you look at the pairwise comparison of the results that you get from one lab and compare it to the other lab to understand whether or not those comparisons can be made in a statistically valid way, it's like apples and oranges. You cannot compare statistically relevant data that's not been correlated. That's a fool's errand. And that's what everyone's trying to do is, oh, I send 6 different samples to 6 different labs, I get 6 different results. Well, that shouldn't surprise you, because the correlation between those 6 different labs has not been made in a statistically robust way. And that's something that needs to happen in the industry.
Yeah, they should all work together.
Well, they should be all following the AHP guidelines that are in the AHP monograph for cannabis. This is the most extensive, thorough analysis of of cannabis that exists on the planet.
Phelan. I'm trying to ask Mark a question, but it's very hard because there's a lot of people in the chat, and someone asked a question for you, Mark, but now I have to go into the YouTube chat, and when I do, my computer freezes up. So give me a few seconds here to try and locate the
Ooh, a
question.
chemistry question. How fucking cool.
Hey, can I add something to that about testing?
Okay, sorry, I'm just going to mute
Can I add something about that? You know, initially when this testing was started here in California by a lot of these cannabis club, like Berkeley Patients Group sitting right here, it's to look for contamination. They were looking for mold. They were looking for pesticides. They were looking for things that you couldn't see. Can you hear me?
A good one. Have a good one.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, it was to look for contamination. I mean, it wasn't a horse race to see who had the biggest cannabinoid profile or anything. It was to see that we weren't, or that they weren't actually reselling contaminated product to people that were really legitimately trying to use it as a medicine. Because a lot of people that are using cannabis through these clubs are honestly fucked up, you know, I mean, and realistically they are in sensitive situations with their immune system and such, and they really can't deal with growth hormones in the plant or things like pesticides and stuff that, again, you can't see with the naked eye. So when we're going to these testing things, what we really should be making sure that they're looking for is the stuff that can hurt us, not inaccurate reportings of their cannabinoid levels. Because I feel like a lot of these clubs are fudging it so that they'll get used. Because if you use a certain lab, suddenly your product will look better, and that's just baloney. And I think that people should, you know, deserve better.
Okay, sorry, I got to ask this question because I'm going to forget it. Can the Proton HNMR really mark all 85 cannabinoids and 140 plus terpenes? This is from the hemp guy to Mark Scialdone. So I had to get that out. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so first of all, it's Scialdone.
Scialdone, great.
Scialdone. Okay, so here, you know, Kenny and I, when I first met Kenny, within 5 minutes, we had this discussion. Kenny, remember in Sonoma at the Cup? Yeah. So let me try to shed some light on that. The sensitivity into both proton and carbon NMR is a function of something called signal-to-noise ratio. Okay, and the signal-to-noise ratio of the various minor components that are in cannabis may not be there in a sufficient amount to basically overcome this signal-to-noise ratio issue. Okay, so what I mean to say is that when you look at some of the minor components in any mixture by proton NMR, you don't always see all of the signals corresponding to the molecule, but certain molecules have stronger signals for certain resonances than others, and those can easily be teased out by some of the techniques that look at correlations between the proton and carbon NMR. That gives the chemist a whole lot of information on not only the molecules that are in there, but how the connectivity between the different atoms in the molecules exist. And like we talked previously about heating up myrcene, it's known that if you heat up myrcene, it converts it into limonene. It also converts it into a bunch of other minor components. So depending on how your hash is made, you might see myrcene in there, but you might see myrcene and a bunch of minor degradation components that come out from the process that's being used, especially if heat is being used, or especially if any other solvent is used, including hydrocarbons or alcohols. So the proton and carbon NMR spectrum can tell you everything that's in there down to about 0.5%. And if you suspect that there might be a compound in there like myrcene or one of these other rare terpenes, then you could do what you would do in the HPLC, which is you spike that sample with the raw terpene and you watch those peaks grow to make sure that you're identifying the peaks that correspond to that compound that you think is in there. Does that make sense?
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, that does make sense. He wanted to know basically that it could ID all those cannabinoids and terpenes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the concentration of the various minor components that are in there. And so what I'm telling you is that there can be experiments that can be run where you can look to identify some of those smaller minor components, but then have to essentially do spiking studies to bring their concentration up to overwhelm the signal-to-noise ratio issue to actually see the signal in the spectra.
Interesting.
Hey, Mark, this is Kenny. But one of the
Oh no! It all went bad.
We hear you.
We can
Okay.
hear you.
Okay, hold on.
We just lost video. But go
One of-
ahead.
Hold on, that's coming right back. That was Baby Love.
So one of the things we were talking about with the conversion, I mean, you might get an NMR that, like you said, no. Am I on?
You're on.
You're on.
Okay. Let's see. You would during that conversion of that same myrcene, you would get a conversion, and it would convert to hypothetically 6 other compounds. But the problem with the NMR is that it's going to appear as one spike, so to speak. They're going to be so closely related, those myrcene compounds, if they didn't convert to limonene or something like that, the bandwidth on that is going to be very limited. You're going to get, maybe 6 compounds that are going to appear to be one compound. So if you got 30 spikes, so to speak, those 30 spikes are going to be similar compounds, but yet they're going to be completely different compounds. So then it gets into, like you said, separating that spike and then further separating those compounds, which one thing turns into 10, turns into 15, turns into 20. It gets pretty incredible, and the lab cost and everything else associated with that is just so prohibitive. I mean, I'm getting ready to go to a lab next week, and they explained to me that, yeah, we could give you an NMR, but it's going to be a very broad, very narrow bandwidth. It's going to come up with basically the same thing a GCMS with. Yes, you've got 30 terpenes in there, and it's like, look, dude, but what about the rest, the little blips, and what are the little blips? And it's like, oh my God, to investigate the little blips is a whole different deal. It gets so insane.
So we're working with our collaborator in Colorado, and we're gonna try to develop some methodology, Kenny, to address these very issues that you're talking about. Because the beautiful thing about NMR, you got to know, is it doesn't destroy the sample like chromatography does. It identifies the sample by looking at the gross mixture and not separating the individual components. And I can tell you, just for example, like with the clear is supposed to be completely decarbed and completely activated, and I can tell you by looking at the NMR, it is not completely decarbed and not completely activated. That's a easy determination to make without looking at all the bumps in the baseline. I can tell you that stuff is not completely decarbed. Emphatically.
Mark.
Yes.
So is the NMR requiring us to have samples of the minor terpenes and the full cannabinoid list in order to ID them?
Not necessarily, because we already know what the spectrum of those individual compounds are. So if you just Google limonene NMR spectra, you'll see the NMR spectra for limonene. So when we go and we look in the mixtures, like the concentrates, we know where the limonene peaks occur in the spectrum. So all the most common terpenes, Mark, all the NMRs have completely been run and known, so we have to basically go to the literature, grab those spectra, and then look at those spectra and try to decipher those as part of the jigsaw puzzle piece that the NMR is.
Okay, interesting. And you've worked on one. What is the cost on running an NMR test? Is it extreme?
Yeah, so again, there's nothing proprietary here. I mean, I think that what, Jason and I thought we would do is start to establish this as general methodology for the entire community. And you can go to your local chemistry department at your local university. I know that Kenny's talked to some folks over in Cali. All chemistry universities or chemistry departments at large universities will have NMR facilities, and typically they charge, I don't know, maybe like about $150 to run a sample. The expensive part is not getting the sample run, I think, as Kenny was alluding to. It's the interpretation of those results, and that's where you need someone like me who's been looking at NMR spectra for the last 30 years of my life, while listening to Grateful Dead, of course. And I guess the important thing is that once we start applying this well-known technique to cannabis, there'll be a lot of publications and a lot of ground rules, so anybody can use NMR. It's not an exclusive technique to us or to anybody.
Yeah. Although
I would tell you that any chemistry graduate student, like I was at one time, would run 10 to 20 NMRs before running one HPLC. The NMR just tells us such a plethora of information that the HPLC is just not capable of telling us.
I won one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I'm with it.
Therein lies the conundrum, is that, like, for the folks like Can Labs and SC Labs and all the people who are doing cannabis analysis, there's no benchtop unit, man. I mean, this isn't something that because there's no benchtop unit, and they could put some, pretty little girl in there to basically make injections, 50 times a day. It's not part of the routine cannabis analysis now, because it's not something that they can just say, okay, buy this instrument for $30,000, train somebody, and then they just basically do injections till the cows come home and generate data and send that data off before really caring what the data means.
Interesting.
All right, I'm done talking now.
Thanks, Mark. Did you have something more you wanted to add, Kay?
Well,
Yeah, you're up.
you're up.
I was just laughing. That was a great segue. Anyway, yeah, we're in our infancy. I mean, as much as we know, it points out what we don't know. I mean, I still get back into the basic premise that, you can read current literature that says that there's between 130 and 116 terpenes available in cannabis. And I go back, where does that come from? That comes from 50-year-old research that was done on seized marijuana that was completely dried, was not known quantity or quality, and those figures are completely erroneous. They didn't use today's genetics, they didn't use today's techniques, and they certainly didn't do it without the application of heat, because they did it back then both in a steam distillation or rotary vaporization situation. So I say that number is much higher than that, but I can't prove it. It's just a theory, but it just makes sense, especially when you're using fresh plant material as opposed to 50-year-old seized material. So, as Mark pointed out, there is techniques out there and methods to do this stuff, but it's very sophisticated. It's not cool, hot, sexy as here's how high my THC level is or something like that. So now it's becoming important, whereas it wasn't before. So now is where the good part comes in. I mean, figuring out a 100% quantitative analysis, whatever compound you submit. If you give a gram, I want to know 100% what's in it. If I give a gram of whatever compound, be it flowers or concentrates.
It's got to be grower direct, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, there's so much to figure out, like pointing out different stages of testing your material. What effect are you going for? What heightened level of chemical are you going for? You decide what week you want to pick at what level based upon the numbers.
Right.
Yeah. GC, UVA, PLC, which one?
It's not based on traditional breeding, if you want to go that route, It's all based on the paper. What I might select for might not be anything on paper. What I might be throwing away might be everything on paper.
Well, let's hear what Soma has to say about that. He says he's going to come in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Give him 5 minutes. He's coming. I guess that gives us time to have a bowl. I don't know what you guys are puffing, but I got some of that Barbara bud.
You know what's interesting here is, being in Amsterdam for the 10 years that I was there, we can't really do any testing. You know, there is no testing over there. Maybe like one place once a year you might be able to get a test, but really, there's not really so much testing. And being out here in California, where I'm at right now, there is testing, there is options. You know, we got Mark here with the MNR machine, and I mean, you know, that's going to be the future is definitely more open here than it was back in Amsterdam, where my company's based out of. So it's pretty cool. I like it's pushing the limits out here. So Tony, if you can hear me. We need the MNR, whatever those machines are called, MNR machines,
NMR.
and the guy that can read it.
Proton NMR.
Proton NMR. Proton NMR.
I got one at the Leiden University.
Yeah, I tell you,
He got one at the University of West Indies.
All chemistry departments at your local universities are going to have an NMR machine. They're going to have a guy who runs the NMR and whose job it is to field samples for analysis. Certainly.
Just got to puff that guy down.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you got to puff that guy down. Hopefully,
and in Amsterdam, you also get arrested going there. Well, so it's like you know, it's not every university that's going to say okay to your thing.
Yeah, so Aaron, here's my suggestion. I mean, since you have a company and you're on the ground, when you bottle up that extract to bring that to the guy, it's proprietary research sample DNA 001. It's not cannabis extract. It's a proprietary sample. It's your shit. He doesn't need to know what's in it. Have him run the NMR, and yeah, if you need interpretation help, come to me, man.
All right. Good shit. Good shit.
Only on Hash Church can you meet a cool chemist who loves the Grateful Dead and wants to smoke your hash and is like, yeah, I'll test your shit, man. Look at he's got Jerry's hand imprinted on his toque. He's fucking probably got some Grateful Dead tickets in his pocket that he could sell for $1 million, but he's...
Dude, I was so fucking lucky to get through yesterday, Mark.
Shut up!
I don't know how I did it.
You don't need 3, you only need 2.
I know, dude. I have no friends who got through yesterday except me. I don't know.
We had one guy come into Hash Church yesterday, Patrick, from Austin, Texas. And
he got tickets?
He got 3, and he was just also in disbelief. He was like, and then he got into Hash Church, too. He was the number 10th person, or not Hash Church, it was just a Google chat, but he felt like he was winning twice that day.
Is this the Fish Grateful Dead show or the Grateful Dead Fish show? That's what you guys are talking about?
Great Fish Dead.
20th year anniversary of when Jerry last played with the Grateful Dead.
Yeah, so, and we'll see. Trey says he doesn't want to sound like Jerry, but if you know Fish's music and you know Trey, you know that Jerry was one of his all-time favorites, and he looked up to him huge. And in fact, he even stopped listening to Jerry's music for several years because it was coming out in his guitar, and people were like, "Oh, you sound like Jerry," and he didn't like that. He was like, "No, you can't sound like Jerry. Like that's sacrilege. Like you got to sound like yourself." So it'll be interesting to see what how that show goes. I hope they do a couch tour for it. They'll make like $20 million, like the way Fish does, with like 12 super high-end cameras, and they video and do the whole cut, like live editing. And you can watch it on your couch at home, and it's just awesome.
You know what's a great thing about the Grateful Dead and Fish? I mean, I've been seeing them forever, so that's a good thing. But I can tell you that I've been in venues where I break out a one-hitter, like at Neil Young, and I'll get hassled for even trying to sneak a one-hitter.
Jesus.
But Fish comes to the same venue, and it's just dankness, fucking puffing everywhere. No one gives a shit. Fish comes to town, let the boys smoke their weed. Same venue, different band, you're going to get thrown out of the gig. Not Fish.
Yeah, no shit, right? They just understand.
Just what it's all about, yeah.
We had that for the Cheech and Chong reunion tour in the Queen Elizabeth Theatre in Vancouver, and we had front row seats. And even in the opening act, no one was smoking. And Cheech and Chong, they both come out, and they're like, "What? Nobody's smoking?" We looked over at the security guards that were both just standing right there, and we just started puffing down. And the security guards didn't come, and all of a sudden my buddy pulls a bong out, and we're just chuffing down right in the front row of these security guards. Just any other venue, and you're totally getting hauled right out of there. But
yeah, it depends on the year.
They had just done Queen Elizabeth Theatre, the Elizabeth Theatre at that point too, so that was
I remember
hilarious.
seeing Neil Young at the Queen Elizabeth Theatre 2 nights in a row, and it was acoustic Neil with 12 guitars, a banjo, and an upright piano. No drummer, no bass player, just Neil. Greatest shows I've ever seen Neil play. And I was in the 6th row, and just blowing. It was back when I still smoked joints, just to imagine how far ago that was. That was back in, I guess it would have been either 96 or 98. But, yeah, back then you could smoke in the venue. Then it became a super non-smoking city, and then venues like Queen Elizabeth Theatre were, like Matt was saying, to just be smoking a joint was crazy. To pull out a bong is ridiculous.
Totally.
I've been finding if you go to venues that have a smoking section, they don't give a shit what you're, if you fire up a doob, it's all good, And it's like pretty much every place I've been going to in California, they give you that option to smoke. You pretty much can smoke a joint there and not get hassled.
But what about a D-nail, setting up your mothership with the drop down and the quartz pooking bead, deep dish banger? What about that?
If there's a socket, I'm sure.
I just think of the Treating Yourself Expo when that security guard came around and he's like, "Are you guys dabbing?" We're like, "No," because he couldn't see the flame because the D-nail has no flame.
He said
so
we were vaping.
It was like everybody else what was using a flame was like getting the boot, but every time he'd come by, he'd just give us like the thumbs up. Yeah, cool guys. And I mean, we were bellowing smoke into the place.
Dude, that was the guy that looked like Keith Richards, right?
It was cool.
He was cool. He was literally busting everyone around our booth. Hey, you got to go to the vaping lounge to smoke. And we were just literally like on fire the whole like 2 days.
I remember Johnny B having like an anxiety attack because there was such a lineup of people I was just giving dabs of barb to on like a giant snake like this. I was just like, who wants another one? Boo! I was just like into the bowl, and there was this giant lineup went all the way around your booth.
Yep, I remember it.
Johnny made us shut it down.
He did have a bit of an anxiety attack at that time. You know what? He was probably sensing what was about to happen because I swear it wasn't too long after that my 5D got stolen out of the booth.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Was this the first Treating Yourself or the second? Or third?
Like the second last maybe, or the very recent one. Maybe the last.
Yeah, was it? Is there one this year? Any word on that? I haven't heard nothing.
I don't know.
Not allowed in.
Champs
yeah,
coming
Johnny
to Toronto.
I've been banned.
You've been banned from what? Toronto?
Marco Renda. From Marco Renda.
Here's the thing about Marco Renda. Fuck Marco Renda. Yes, I said it on Hash Church.
Ba-de-da-doo-dee-doo.
And in the meantime, it's time for another bowl here on Hash Church as we breach the 3rd hour. And thanks, Flav, for this sick drop down that Corey, the glassblower, made me for the rig. Pretty little, tight little unit. Moss green. Yep.
We got all these elite growers in the room, and they never talk about their techniques or how they believe. Genetics don't grow themselves, so.
I know. It's like trying to ask you how to extract terpenes.
Yeah, I just kind of mumble off. So, I noticed the tables never turn on Matt. he's pressuring all us for, terps, and I'm like, well, how do you grow them? I want to get some better terps out of the people I interact with, so that I'm not running around with chump change bud.
Chump change bud.
I use a lot of electricity and a lot of water.
True story.
True story.
There you go. Look at that answer. Just light and water, guys. Nothing. There's nothing to it. Just
Clean.
that's all. That's all you need to extract.
No, there's
You got a greenhouse.
I mean,
Yeah, how's the greenhouse doing, Aaron? Is it up and running yet? I saw a couple good.
Everything, the depths, everything's working. Plants are vegging in the veg, and we're waiting for our lights. They should be delivered here. We're waiting for our permits because it's a fully permitted agricultural structure. We're working with Vital Garden Supply, Connolly Greenhouses, Solstec Lighting, because they're producing some really killer lights that are going to work great in our weather conditions, and they're interchangeable with metal. They have metal halides, double-ended metal halides that we can use. They have finishing bulbs that we can use. Who else are we using? We're using Smart Pots because shit, they're our friends and we love those guys. We're using so many different products, and we're blessed to be working with all these great companies, to put this greenhouse together. It's going to be like a showroom for all these companies to show off and say, hey, look at the product that's grown in the greenhouse. And then I'm looking forward to all the terpenes I can collect from the greenhouse. Pretty much, I think that's where it's going. What else are we using? We're using Smart Pots because they work.
yeah, I like smart pods too. They're nice. So, I mean, bro, terps in the garden myself that I like to grow to make hash, right? I just make sure from the point that I'm vegging, that it never gets too hot. I don't let my plants wilt. They get trained properly. Genetics that have terps, even if they're grown bad, you know what I mean? There's just strains that are superior in that sense. I grow strains that go 12 weeks, so I put in a long flush period. I use a lot of teas. Everything's always dialed in. I mean, from the beginning to the end, I don't chase any deficiencies or anything. It's dialed in. Once you work with a grower that has their material dialed in the whole grow process, they're good. Drying also, I dry for 4 weeks at like 50 degrees and 40 to 50 humidity, to ensure that the dry period is long, and I guess degas terps. I cure in cold and controlled humidity rooms, so my trim or nugs 3 months down the line, I can extract it, and it's probably comparable to a fresh frozen run. But bro, I don't know, working with different growers, you might not find that type of stuff because some growers don't grow to extract. I'm sure Great Gardener does, you know what I mean? He likes making hash, so that's in his mind. When I'm growing, in my mind, I'm looking at it, I'm like, man, I can't wait to make the hash. I'll even take some week 7 samples, wash it fresh frozen, and it comes out, bomb.
Fiend.
Yeah, but you know what? You can give the same. This goes back to like, I'm sure Matt. I don't know how many people you've given the barb to, but how many people have you given? If you have, how many people have you given
over 1
the barb?
billion served. Matt Donalds, the barb.
How many people have you given the clone to, Matt?
I don't know.
Let me clarify that. How many people have you given the clone to, and how many times have you seen the flowers come back the same as your flowers? Everybody's like, for me, every time we give different growers something to grow for us, it always comes back different. It's never exactly the same.
Sure.
It always varies. It's not exact.
I saw Johnny B's barb dry sift. It melted into an absolute liquid. Was really beautiful. I just cut a barb down from a cut that Matt gave me, and I have no doubt whatsoever that it'll produce the utmost quality of hash. I was going to wait till I made it before I showed him a piece of it, but it's coming soon.
That's the thing about the barb, is that everybody grows it. Everybody gets the great stuff from it.
The hash.
Yeah. But that goes
Yeah,
too, and that goes.
I remember back in the day when we would have the skunk number one, and I had 3 friends, and we all had different styles, and that was the great part about way back in the day in London, Ontario, is because everybody had their own system, and we would put the skunk number one, and the one guy he would just grow 12-inch colas on a flood and drain table, and one guy had deep water buckets, and one guy grew in dirt, and it grew differently, and all those different systems, it grows differently, and then you get the same system with 3 different guys, and it grows a little bit differently. It's just the way cannabis is. That's how well you can grow it, right? It's a collaboration and a symbiotic relationship between both of you. Your job is to grow the best plant possible, and then it's the plant's job at that point to give you the best experience possible. So the better you grow. That's why I just saw not too long ago under I forget what seed company it was, but under yield it said the better you grow, the better you'll get.
That's this one.
I thought it was the best thing I ever heard.
Yeah, that's on the Swamp Boy seed pack.
Yeah, that's right. The Swamp Boys. I thought that was like the classic. I'm like, that's a perfect answer right there.
You know what I look at things like, for example, the barb, right? It has exceptional resin. It's like building a project car and starting with like a really nice V8 as opposed to trying to hook up like, something doesn't have so much potential. It's a clone or a genetic that was selected because if it's grown right, it makes really outstanding hash.
If barb's not grown right, if you stress out barb, barb has a tendency of doing a few funny things, but even if it does those few funny things and you don't get the yield out of it, the quality of the resin that you'll get off it will still be top notch. You just won't have that, that fantastic bud structure. You'll just have like, little nodes here and there. If you severely stretch it or severely stress it, it's got a lot of the Afghani traits in it, and it's pretty hard to go wrong with those old Afghani traits. So.
Yeah. Now in my like this year, I'm focusing a lot on resin farming because the flowers, I guess it's going on a downward price trend where hash is going upward. So it's easier to grow to have like to hash. You know what I mean? So even if it doesn't yield a lot of flower, if it yields a lot of resin, or I can wash it and get good yields, that to me is great. You know what I mean? I'm almost not looking at cannabis the same way I used to when I used to grow just to put down pounds per light and baggable weight. Growing for resin is the 2015 way for me, man.
For sure. That's why my whole walk-in freezer project is all about removing all the trichome heads in a frozen state off of the plants, and then I can take the frozen sift out of the freezer, and if I want to dry it and just deal with that, I've removed all the plant matter. I don't have to concern myself with drying the plant matter. I think today's modern drying techniques are all about drying the plant matter and not focusing on the trichome heads. You hang a plant on a wire to dry. If you were to have like slow-mo when you go to take that dry plant off that line, it's just like a rainfall of trichome heads that are falling off. These techniques weren't developed to harvest all the trichome heads. So I think, like we're just putting screens underneath your drying lines to sort of try to catch all that, but I think that's just sort of like a band-aid of a real technique of harvesting all those trichome heads and drying them and curing them and not the plant matter.
Yeah, what I'm thinking about doing is having genetics that, like for example, week 7 and 8, I can just go straight into the grow room, harvest it fresh, section it or whatever, and freeze it, and then run it as the weeks go on until my crop is pretty much gone because I washed it all. You know what I mean? I love dry sift, but with genetics, like for example, the forum cut cookies, or I have a sour that was popped from seed, they make great hash and yield over 10% at week 7 and 8. and terpy, you know. So I'm trying to almost even eliminate the drying process and just focus on completely just growing to produce just fresh frozen hash. Right now I'm doing a lot of dry runs, but I can fit more cycles in if I don't dry. You know what I mean? I'll see how it goes. I'm going to try it this round. But definitely everything that I'm growing is full melt. Now, I brought it up to Mark, and I know a lot of breeders, you know, they grow for terps, but it's awesome to find seed companies where you can, like, let's say you want to get into growing and you make hash and you pop 10 seeds, and let's say you pop 10, 5 female, whatever, that you could do a mixed pheno run or whatever, and all of it come out 6-star, or at least the majority of the phenos have a very high quality resin and yield to the resin, where you won't get half melt, like genetics that breed just for complete full melt.
Sure, of course, that's already happening. Her name's Barbara.
Yeah, I want to try that, man, so bad.
It's been happening for years already. What are you talking about?
It's true. You know, back in 2003, I think it was right before Mark Emery got busted by, or maybe it was 04. Whatever, right before Mark got busted, I started a company with my friend Al from Winnipeg, and it was called Full Melt Genetics. And we didn't have really any interest in breeding strains that would produce melt through the bags. But what we had an idea of is that I would certify, like Bubbleman Full Melt certified. I've taken this strain, we've grown it, we've run it through the bags. It can produce melt if you get it right. And sort of produce a strain list of all my breeder friends, of all their strains that we have either grown or at least run through the bags to produce melt, and then just give it the stamp of authentic, you know, the authentic Full Melt genetic stamp. Because there's a lot of full melt strains out there.
Need like a council. The council goes for the council.
The Full Melt Council.
Yeah, man. when I first got into making hash, and I started like washing stuff, I would wash, you know, the trim from like 9 lights of this strain, and I would get a good melt, and then I would run into certain strains that were like half melt, no matter how good they were grown. It was depressing, you know what I mean? So now, all full melt. I do not like half melt strains, man.
That's where, like, for me, because I do every single aspect of it, there's nothing better than I could go get a box of jars, and each box there's 18 different phenotypes of specific crosses, right? Every single one of them is different. You can tell just by bouncing the bud on the table. You know, if you did that to Barb, boop, it leaves like an outline of the bud on the table. So if you're really good and you're really into, you know, terps, you're gonna naturally progress to just starting seeds and phenotype hunting, essentially. Just looking. You're gonna just essentially look, right? I'm to the point where I have indica to sativa, you know, those are my best from here to here. And for now, it's pretty hard for me to find something that would sort of crack into that. You sort of see things, oh yeah, cool, 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 cool. And then, you know, once in a blue moon, it's like, whoa, check that out. So I can imagine, you know, like Kay, he's probably seen it all too. He's probably has his favorites, and, you know, to break into that top 10, Aaron to break into that top 10, Bubbleman to break into that top 10, it's, you know, it's chasing the dragon for sure. But when it happens, it's such a great thing.
Yeah, man, DNA has killer hash strains.
Kenny has killer hash strains.
Eric, yeah, there's a lot of killer. Man, so I think about it sometimes, and I have, like, you know, I want to sometimes try to breed something just to put flavors together. But in the end, man, I'm just gonna pop seeds. But I might do some.
Planes.
I have a little F2 OG, Florida OG, that I'm gonna try to cross to the forum cut and see what it does, just for fun into my haze. It might work out, man. I'm building a room, like I said. It's or no, I actually didn't mention. I'm building a 6K pheno hunting room, and I don't care what happens in that room, but it's just for hash making to try to find like exceptional terpenes and like full melt genetics, and maybe I can move into my main processing facility.
Have any of you guys
connected to that?
No, it's a complete different facility. It's like different from where my flower room is.
So you're going to be able to select and take cuttings of everything that you're cracking, so just in case you find that ultimate perfect resin pheno plant that you've been dying to work with for,
Yeah, man.
You have it backed up, from what you're starting with.
Check this out. I'm pretty shy on asking for cuts, you know what I mean? When people have the keeper shit that it's like their pride and joy. But sometimes I want to make hash of the same terpene. So I ended up, I saved bag seeds, and I popped 50 bag seeds of cookie crosses just now. OG and cookies and stuff that maybe they might all hurt me. I don't know. But if it's in a different building, I figure maybe I'll be able to capture that terpene and melt quality and be able to replicate it. You know what I mean? Without asking for it.
Yeah, but I think what Aaron's talking about is that if you start those 10 seeds and you're just growing out those 10 seeds and you find that one that's awesome, did you take a clone off of those 10 plants and put them aside? So when you're like, oh my God, the OG cross with the super awesome OG super duper is number 10. You can go back into your bedroom and be like, there it is. I can put that right into a mom right away. Like, or you're just popping those 10 seeds, finding that awesome one, and that's sort of cool. And when it's over, that's sort of over. Or you can re-veg it, I guess. But the best thing to do is clone it. And
I'm actually flowering the clone right now. I've already gone through the process. I topped it a couple of weeks in, and I have like doubles of everything. You know what I mean? Yeah. But because they all seem to be S1 because they're all female, they smell, the stem rub smells almost all the same, you know what I mean? So I'm doing it for fun, man. But I want to pop real seeds that are not out of Hermie Bud. You know what I mean? I want to play and find real competition quality terps and resin.
Yep, they're out there.
Zackled. I was going to say something, but I kind of forgot already. It was something about something. It couldn't have been that important.
Is DNA throwing any like big giant unity in the community parties in Barcelona that everybody should know about?
Yeah, we're hosting the smokeout. Maybe we have a place in our booth, but we're inviting this guy called the Great Gardener with his great strain, the Barb, over to smoke it. All of Spain out.
I heard he was going to be at the Medical Seeds booth with the Bubbleman.
I heard we were going to be. He was floating around.
I heard I was helping out over at the Sirius booth, just pitching in where I can.
All right, so Mark, there's going to be plenty of hash left.
You know what? One thing I'm not worried about is hash in Spain, because last time I arrived and it was like all everyone did was show me hash, and it was just nice hash. It was like the first hash we saw. Might have actually been out of the box that you guys opened when we got off the plane, and you guys had that box from your friend David. It was like the cookies, really red, full melt, and some buds in there too. It was nice.
Oh, what did he have? I can't. I remember.
It was like some cookies or something.
You'll catch me over at the CBD crew hanging out with Shanti and Howard. Hopefully Howard is there. That would be awesome if he is. With True, I'll be hanging.
Yeah.
You're be there? You're there?
Lots of swaps to be done. Looking forward to some t-shirts.
You there right now?
No, I'm going out this week, so.
Okay.
Well, I will have some nice motherships and some D-nails going at my booth, at the Medical Seeds booth inside there. And yeah, I think my buddy Higher End from High Integrity Glass Art is going to come bring some sick pipes. Hey, welcome, Soma.
Is that Soma? Yeah.
Hey, Matt.
Is that Albert sitting beside you?
Huh?
that Albert?
Yeah, Albert.
Yeah.
How's it going, Albert? And Soma's cats.
Yummy.
You're just in time for the last. What's that, bud?
Hey, Sarah.
Hey, how you guys?
Hi.
We'll see you soon.
Yeah. 2 weeks. I'm actually seeing you. I've been seeing both of you lately.
We get around.
You should come to Jamaica, Soma.
Never been.
Jesus.
Either have I.
Me either.
Yeah, Jamaica sounds fun, although I have been.
7th and 8th. Stepping High Festival.
Nice.
13th annual cup for local farmers.
They should have like a gathering of the round table or something in Jamaica, and everyone has to go there.
Well, we're going to have a hash church in Jamaica, and that will be the gathering of the round table. I'll just have the laptop, and I'll just send it around the table, and there'll be a bunch of different Jamaican hosts.
Nice.
Wow, 560 people
Sticking with us, right?
hanging out live. Last week, Hash Church got 6,000 views in the first 24 hours. So that's pretty incredible. That's like a small auditorium, you know, like a small venue that you go and see a concert at, full of people listening to us yammer on about terpenes and resin and such.
A lot of information.
Yeah. It is a lot of information. It's all stuck in our heads, and we need to get it out with dabs.
It's a modern day circle.
I think so. I like to think that. Excellent.
How's Soma today?
Pretty good. Took it quiet today. I went to Fontan on Friday night. I didn't go tonight.
Hey, have you met Frenchie before, Soma?
Let me see.
Frenchie Cannoli, he's over at Todd's place. You guys seem like guys that should know each other.
Sounds familiar, but I'm bad with names. But hey, I know that guy.
Terps. Kay. Todd.
Frenchie.
Soma.
Hey, Todd.
Hey.
Hey, Soma, this is Kenny. Trichome Technologies.
How are you?
Very good. How are you?
I love that glass pipe you gave me that time, remember?
I told you it would be your favorite. Do you need another one?
Yeah, I do. I love those pipes. I'm using this one right now. I'm using this one.
Awesome. I knew you'd like it, and I got another one stuck aside for you.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I knew it'd be your favorite when we met that time with Nick from Red Eye.
Cool, man. I heard things are going good with you.
Slowly but surely, one foot in front of the other, you know?
Yeah, nice, man. Good to see
and
you.
You look beautiful.
Thank you, man.
Very healthy.
Thanks. Exactly 10 years since my open heart surgery, exactly to the day.
Awesome.
The only medicine I do is cannabis.
I'm still in touch with Nick from Red Eye Magazine. I'll tell him you said hello.
Do that.
Beautiful.
Yeah, we should talk a little bit more about Nick from Red Eye Magazine, because wow, what a cannabis warrior that guy is.
He is an incredible hash pioneer. I mean, like I said before, I mean, nobody in modern publishing gets on a plane, flies to the nomadic areas of Pakistan, Afghanistan, where you couldn't even go now, for a hash story, or Gambia through Senegal, and you know, just all the places he went was really incredible, and took you on incredible journeys. He didn't show you a handful of hash; he'll show you 10 tons in a warehouse. You know, I mean, that's epic shit.
Yeah, putting his life on the line, literally, to get these stories, and not just covering the whipping cream and the fruits on top, but like the gritty underside of like, oh, I came out of my hotel and they were they were, you know, slaughtering a goat, and then just take like 30 pictures of this goat being de-skinned and slaughtered. It was like, oh my God, reading those articles from him were like, and I mean, I wrote in the magazine as you did. I always was most excited to read his articles.
Yeah, as I was excited to read yours, and all the contributors in that magazine were really, really cool hash people way back in the day. I mean, yes, there was marijuana cultivation and stuff, but, you know, the common denominator was always hashish, and that was really what made that magazine special.
True. So good, big shout out to Nick.
Big love. Red Eye magazine?
The old Mutaruski, very baked now after my 19th rip, or as the Rolling Stones would put it, after my 19th nervous breakdown. Now that's good hash. How about that for a strain? Nervous breakdown. That would be popular.
That's a good name for that piece.
I took the high anxiety and I crossed it with the knockout. Created the nervous breakdown. You can have that, Aaron. It's yours.
That's the new one, huh? Nervous breakdown. This
Yeah.
is the shit that you. This is the stuff that you want to smoke when you feeling you're about to have a nervous breakdown.
No way. No way. That would that would accentuate.
Oh, the panic.
There's the guy.
Don't worry, man. We have something for that.
It has to give you a nervous breakdown.
Says the guy that potentiates his mushrooms with, like, what was it, ginseng?
Ginseng and also peppermint.
Peppermint.
Yeah,
I never heard of those. I knew that like Syrian rue, which was a seed, was high in.
I know Syrian rue. I've done it a lot. I've done it with ayahuasca a lot.
Yeah, sure. That's the one that they use as the harmine and the harmaline instead of the Banisteriopsis root bark or cappy.
The vine.
Well, we got some. I guess we lost Fletch, but we still have some pretty awesome breeders in the house. Some growers, some hash makers. What do you guys think in regards to the importance nowadays? I mean, it's really just a ridiculous question because I know what you think, but I mean, how important really is in breeding cannabis is also the making of hash, the extracting the resin and unveiling it from its envelope, so to speak, and being able to see it decontaminated from the plant matter. How important do you think that is in regards to breeding? Because maybe 10 or 15 years ago it was less or more. I don't know. What do you guys have to say about that?
I think you get a better, even more of a better idea of the taste, you know, of the plant in a concentrated form, you know, since we can do that, since we can extract, you know, because some plants aren't really good flower plants, but they extract great, you know, like some of them I won't want to smoke, but yet when you make hash out of it, you do want to smoke it, you know, it tastes better, it smokes better. So I think that I forgot the question.
That was awesome. You were answering it. You forgot it while you were answering it. I just
hey, I just lost it, bro. I don't know where I was going.
Dude, that was awesome.
I was driving down the road.
Hey, you know, just in regards to, like, if you were breeding herb and you never extracted the resin, would it lead you away from, like, I wonder sometimes if prohibition has led us completely into breeding strains that are fast flowering and high producing of plant matter more so than resin.
Yep.
Now
Not
people are
so anymore. We used to breed plants that were large yielding, didn't smell at all, and were quick flowering, which are all products of prohibition, right?
Sure.
I don't want it to stink. I want to get the most out of it, and I want to get out and up and down as fast as I can. So those for a long time were the breeding projects, whereas that was my goal, was to do that. Now I think you have guys that get into breeding because of smells, right? I think over the next 5 to 10 years, you're going to see breeding projects specifically on maybe even solventless. Don't even make the decision until you have a batch of you know,
It's
water.
all relative to freedom. It's all relative to freedom. You know, it's all relative to freedom. The more freedom, the more depth of research.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the more that we are able to share on more platforms and stuff, you know, as a community. But I agree with it, man. Back in the day, it was all about bag appeal and how good it looked in a pound, how much flour you could get per light, because that's pretty much what the game was. But yeah, I think it's going more towards like extracts and terpenes. That's what I associate that with a pleasurable sesh.
Oh no, I think Soma probably could answer this one too. I mean, like probably the most emails that we both get, maybe Matt too, is what do you have that produces huge that finishes in the fastest time you have? You know, it's still the biggest thing that people want is they want the biggest, fastest. They don't give a shit about the taste. They don't give a shit about.
There's still many people that don't even smoke that grow because they grow it to feed their family, but they don't smoke it.
Hey, can I chime in on this? Because, you know, I think the whole world's going to open up when flowers are starting to be grown perpetually by growers who can now throw, you know, 16 lights in for a 16-week plant, put it on a weekly schedule, and just start taking down a meter a week, you know, for the rest of their life and stop worrying about the amount of flowering time these plants take. Because as we move into being able to do bigger facilities and legal environments, we don't have to worry about the schedule the plant's on. We can put the plant on our schedule. Any good grower knows that.
Bingo.
So really the plant time becomes irrelevant, and now what it's, you know, going to open up to, and you know, fortunately I've spent a lot of time with Clark, and I love him because he really always talks about himself as being a scientist with an open mind, meaning what he learned yesterday, he might change his mind about tomorrow, which is kind of the whole sativa indica thing, because Mark, you're right, he did put a lot of that forward with botany and with hashish, and you know, back in the 90s he was teaching us Afghan and indica and sativa, and then when I got out of prison he was like, remember that stuff? Well, we don't believe that anymore. And he explained what he believes now, and I love the evolution of thought in this whole thing, because that's really what it's all about. It's about discovery, and it's about being open-minded. It's not about holding on to what we think we knew about stuff or what we used to believe was true. It's all about knowing what's true now. And the reality is like, when you look at the way we were smoking weed in the 50s and 60s, it was mostly tropical. It was mostly Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, Maui, Wowie, Colombian, Acapulco, Jamaica. It's all tropical. And it wasn't until the hippies went to Afghan in the 70s and found this short, fat leaf, quick flowering plant that they started bringing it back to places like California and breeding it with all of those tropical varieties I just mentioned and trying to speed them up and make them heavier, that we got the complex hybrids that we fuck around with today. But the whole end user doesn't really get to experience the plants that flower between 10 and 16 weeks because the market doesn't support us growing them, truthfully. If I show up with Neville's Haze that looks like shit to someone who's expecting fucking Big Bud, they're going to look at me and go, fuck your shit. And it's unbelievable because in some instances it could take a third longer to grow it, and there's no reward system in a sense set up for it because the purchasers or the pot clubs are still so freaking ignorant about what it is we're doing as producers, because a lot of the producers are still living in this illegal atmosphere where we can't be regulated or come forward, and the retailers are the ones with the pot clubs that are flipping the weed. But 5 years ago they were selling Nikes at Foot Locker, and now they're selling weed in jars at a strip mall. They know about as much about pot as their next industry will be, and it bothers me because until we get to a place where we can start producing 12-week, 13-week, 14-week varieties and putting it out and showing people what really exceptional tropical cannabis looks like again, that wakes you up, makes you horny, makes you want to clean your house, gives you energy. I mean, really, that's when cannabis turned into couch lock, was in the 80s when all of these successful hybrids hit the market, and we got all the stuff Aaron mentioned, which was fast-yielding, fat buds that fucking basically were one-hit wonders that laid you the fuck out. They were very narcotic. And when I got to Holland in '94 and I discovered Haze, NL5 by haze, Neville's haze, Cali mist, and realized there was cannabis that woke me up, gave me energy, made me feel like motivated and inspired. I was blown away at this because through the 80s I was smoking skunk and heavy varieties that really were quite narcotic. And that's going to change now with legalization, man. Haze is going to make this, I think, resounding comeback as people are looking for new varieties that take longer than 9 weeks to flower. Yeah. I caught mad shit for calling OG Kush high-end commercial because my attitude was it still finishes in 9 weeks. That's really a commercial amount of time for a grower. A grower's going to look at that and go, I can live with that. And the reality is there's all these other varieties in 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 week space that no one's smoking right now.
Exactly. And even for longer flowering periods.
Right. So screw shortening the varieties with hybrids. Why don't we just start putting lights in a row and putting them on perpetual harvest systems and start just letting the plant do its thing and adjusting to its schedule and then adapting it to ours? That's an intelligent grow operation.
Or 50,000 acres of greenhouse.
That's it. Yeah, because then you have...
Or how about sections of farmland?
No, greenhouse. Acres and acres and acres of greenhouse.
I'm down. Well, Tony always talks about that very thing, Todd, in regards to the, these strains have been bred into puppies. They've had the lion or the wolf taken out of them. They've been inbred and inbred and inbred, and that's why when you go to places like Jamaica, they can't survive. Like mildew kill them, bugs kill them, weather kills them. Like, they're not strong. They're not the proper. That wolf, that let those long flowering, exotic.
Well, a lot of people right now, when they're slinging their seeds, you look at the crosses, and it's just hybrid crosses of hybrid crosses, and clearly they don't have a clue what they're doing. It's not like they're guys like Neville that took breeding schedules and crossed different plants together to see which ones gelled the best, and then popped out champions. They're just fucking taking well-known varieties, in some cases hermaphroditing them to make a pollinate, and then they're selling seeds. And it's a dog's breakfast, as Robert Klock would write in Marijuana Botany, because the diversity that comes out of complex hybrids being bred together, it's just, you're so far away from any intention, it's not funny. So, Aaron will tell you how hard it is to get clean genetics to work with that aren't in the same gene pool. I mean, Amsterdam's been batting around the same stuff for decades.
You can thank our and the Skunkman, and DJ Short and all the other and Neville for all that, because they're the ones that mixed these genetics in the very beginning and put them out there for the mass public to use, and that's the majority of what the breeders got was from these guys back in the day. So it's very hard to obtain a pure Afghani strain, a pure Laos strain, a pure Chinese landrace. It's hard to source out these primary colors, and if you don't have these primary colors, then I guess all you have to use is what someone else is selling you, so you can have that male or something that you can flip to turn into, to what you're going to need to sell at the end of the day.
Well, isn't that Skunkman Sam's huge advantage over the rest of the breeding world, the fact that he was visiting or potentially living in most of the hash-producing countries in the world, collecting seeds, and then being able to just have those on lockdown, being able to breed with them, sure, but also just being able to have them. That's value.
Yeah, those primary colors, I mean, I've been playing, with some Panamas and some Ghanas, but at the end of the day, when I'm done with them, I don't really actually enjoy the plant, it's just like, oh, it's some old landrace. There's nothing so special. There's no dankness. There's nothing that I can appreciate it for what it was and how it breeds other things in, maybe a high resin content, But there's those terpenes and those terpenes and those flavonoids that it's just hard to combat against. I mean, if I had to put a Panama Red with I don't know, OG Kush or LA Confidential or Super Silver Haze, I probably would go for any one of those other, or Barb, you know, or Purple Kush, or whatever. I mean, you know, or Florida OG. I'm just saying, though all those strains are way more interesting in bag appeal, in nose appeal, in smoke appeal than that other. So it's it's a hard one to say. Okay, let's breed this back into this when it's not so great. You know, it's not something you might want to pump back into your genetics.
I think you can only breed great stuff with great stuff.
Yeah, that's great stuff is great stuff. You know, Cuban saying he's played with some Colombian men. Let me tell you, some things are great. I got friends who have this old skunk variety from Mexico, and the thing roots off its stems, but it takes forever to flower. You know, and it's I don't know. It's just got to be really interesting. I mean, like, I appreciate those raw colors, but it's hard.
Forever to flower is not enough fun for me, man.
Yeah, there's nothing so interesting about it. You know, like, I flower them out in the summertime. Every summer, since I've been out here, I flowered out some land-raised genetics. I play with them, I cross with them. But at the end of the day, those land-raised genetics that I flower outside that I don't do any breeding with, they just end up staying up. I just let them just flower and finish outside. I don't do anything. I just grow them for the sport of it. You know? It's not, every time I go up and smell something, it's like, oh, it's not so interesting, you know?
I know what you mean. I know what you mean about that.
Calio, like, people like, Tanchi's so special, because Calio smelled good. It smelled citrusy. It was nice. But as soon as you went deeper in that smell, when you squeezed it, you rosined it in your fingers, it goes to this, I don't know, this landrace smell that's not so appealing, That hint is great right off the bat when you smell it before you squeeze it, but once you squeeze it, it goes to a whole nother range that's not so appealing to a breeder like myself who wants to breed champions and wants to have stuff taste good, smell good, get you medicated well, and that's interesting. It doesn't have to all yield. It doesn't always have to yield, It could be a bad yielder, but if it might be what I'm looking for, because I'm the breeder. I'm the one that's playing God. This is what I want the plant to do. So that's what I picked for you guys to have. It's not so great yielding, but it produces great hash, So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know where I was going again. I just started going a million miles an hour there.
How long
Can
have
I
you
actually
been?
speak to that? You know what? It's going to be a great day. Can I say this? It's going to be a great day in cannabis when we stop breeding for the amount of quantity of flowers on a plant and start breeding for terpene profiles, cannabinoid profiles, and for the way it makes us feel and the way, because that's really what it's all about. It's not about a race to the most amount of grams per meter, and I think our standards have been totally backwards-assed in our pursuit of this plant, because it's not about grams per meter. It's it's about quality of end product, and that's what we should all be going after, regardless of how much the yield is at the end of the grow.
I think that's the only reason why I'm sitting here on Hash Church with you is that Don and I have bred for our views, not for anybody else, and I guess it's been appealing for the past 11 years that we've been out here because other people like our stuff. So, we're stoked that people like our likes, I guess I would say, It's a blessing.
I think what you've done is great, and you guys stepped into a game that was really dominated by redundancy, and you started really, you were spices and flavors. I mean, what you did with Calio is awesome. I mean, everybody loves Tange again. It was like the resurgence of an old flame. First thing I smelled was that old plant, but, it took you guys playing with it to kind of bring out the notes, if you will, the fragrances, and it's awesome. And I wish more people would get in there and actually come up with new stuff like you guys have been doing, which is, obviously kind of rare in this industry.
Yeah, I want to be able to produce all the different fruits in cannabis, you know. So you already have like DJ Short who's produced blueberries, you know. We have one that's peaches. We have lemons, you know. You got tangerines, you know. I've smelled coconut smelling like Hawaiian tropic coconut smelling strains before. I mean, soon you can actually have your orange of cannabis, your peach of cannabis, your grape of cannabis, and that's all it is. It's just, oh yeah, a pineapple of cannabis, you know.
Fruit of cannabis.
Yeah, your lavender of cannabis, you know. I mean, all these different flavors, you know, all these different terpenes that are out there in the world, a lot of them are being found in cannabis. So it's possible that, you know, hey, we have the strawberry pheno of cannabis. So now that we're, you know, we have strawberries, lemons, or I mean, it's
listen.
As
It's
it gets more
obviously
legal,
their importance is very obvious in the sense that it's how we find them. The nose is, before you have any scientific machine or any gas chromatograph, any chemistry, you have your nose that attracts you to things. Our nose is dialed into these smells for
Your heart. You got your heart too, you know.
yeah, I mean, like we've bred, you know, I'm sure Soma's bred, Matt, I'm sure is bred. We've all bred based on traditional breeding, where we're crossing plants and doing selective breeding for what we like. And now in this day of age, where it's becoming more legal and more open to grow in certain places, we're able to use science to do breeding. So we might skip a huge part of our traditional breeding plan by now going with science, where it's based on a paper. So now you don't have the tastes, the smells. You're going basically strictly on numbers, you know, and things like that, where you might lose those smells and those tastes, you know. So like, I think traditional breeding's still a huge important fact, and hopefully within our traditional breeding we can find these special plants that produce these same numbers, you know, without using the paperwork just to find out, oh yeah, my plant has CBD. I mean, like, some of our strains have CBD in them, but we never really bred for that. You know what I'm saying? That's not something we were breeding for. We were breeding strictly for hey, these two plants actually work when they go together. They smell good. They come out good. They produce hash all the time. Why not, you know, put these out? And then the growers in the United States that end up getting our seeds from third parties end up having, you know, 14, 15, 16% CBD varieties that we never had. We never knew about it because we don't have the testing facilities to even come close to finding out about our numbers over there in Europe, you know, and to find out our numbers. And it's cool when other people tell you, hey, you know what, you've got something special there. Maybe you should work that into something else, you know. So, and then it's all based around tradition. So now you can breed these old long flowering sativas or hemp varieties into your cannabis varieties that have really like very low THC, and end up with a drug variety still that has a high CBD content, you know. And that's what we're seeing today with a lot of these new crosses that are coming out. You know, it's not necessarily all drug varieties, you know, mixed together to make a high hemp variety. You know, I wish there were some other people that have bred with CBDs, you know, that could come on here and really like throw some schooling into the whole subject. I know, you know, I know if you breed with a pure CBD, not a pure CBD, almost a pure CBD variety, and you cross it into a high THC, any known variety, you know, whatever, let's just say it's Soma's lavender, the first generation of seeds that comes out will be a high CBD percentage of seeds. Now, if you went to cross that back in you took a male out of that and crossed it back into your seeds, you would end up with more of a drug variety than a higher CBD variety of seeds. But, you know, I've never really bred for CBD. I mean, we've bred traditionally, and I am playing with some CBD varieties right now. But then again, you know, it's It's traditional breeding, you know.
Can I say something though? The CBD craze, if you will. Hey guys, can I say something for a minute? Is really a good example of us starting to not breed for yield and flower time. It's starting to actually look at the plant on a more five-dimensional level instead of just looking at it, the flower, and going, ooh, that's pretty, and going, okay, what is she making? And now trying to actually breed it for the cannabinoid content of the plant. So now the amount of time it takes and the amount of yield they get is not really a significant part of the equation. It's really the quality, the concentration of the cannabinoids that come out at the end of the process. And this is where I think all of cannabis will be going as we start to develop a better understanding for it. And we'll get away from everybody trying to be like, high THC or high this or high that. We'll start looking at like Lester Grinspoon said, it's kind of like an orchestra. When you go there, a tuba alone, a symphony does not make. You need all of the instruments there to really feel the full impact of the experience, and Dr. Grinspoon calls it the ensemble effect. He thinks that he hates how the media calls it the entourage effect, because entourage literally has one definition, and it means a group of people around a celebrity. But an ensemble, it's an ensemble is a group of musicians playing together in a syncopation that's beautiful, and that's what's happening with cannabis, is this synergy of the way the chemicals and the terpenes are working together, and that's why we're all sitting here enthralled, that's why we're all into it, and now we're even moving beyond hash, because it's almost not mattering if you've dry sieved, if you've blasted, if you've used water, it's really what did you get at the end of the process, because that's what we're looking at in an analytical perspective. And now this conversation is becoming what terpene profile, what cannabinoid profile are you going to find that you like the most? It's like how much sugar, how much flour, how much pepper is in your recipe, and you're going to know how you like your cookies. Because right now we don't even know. We're just looking at an outer package and making all our judgments, and it's so infantile, if you will, in thinking. So.
And not to mention then growing it consistently so that you have a consistency available in that spectrum.
Yeah, that's huge too, because everything, I got an issue with Rick Simpson oil because, it's an alcohol-based extraction, and they never talk about the quality and consistency of the product going in. So as a kid who had cancer 10 times, all these people contacted me asking me all these desperate questions about, is Rick Simpson oil going to cure my cancer? And it's like, guys, it's so hard to even go into the explanation of the inconsistency of the starting material to get the end result being consistent for all of us. So do I believe in Rick Simpson oil? No. Technically, I don't. Do I think cannabinoids can cure cancer? Yes, actually I do. But that conversation is a lot deeper than, hey, I threw some weed my brother gave me in an alcohol extraction, I made miracle oil, and that's what kind of bugs me, because it lessens the quality of our conversation, and now we have other jerks that are coming in and calling it hemp seed oil, and it has nothing to do with hemp seed. It has nothing to do with hemp seed oil. Hemp seed oil being a cold-pressed product that we get from seeds that is actually nutritionally beneficial, can cure cancer, has to be refrigerated, right? We buy it at Whole Foods. It contains essential fatty acids that are essential to our health, and honestly, it's the preventive medicine side of the cannabis plant. And then you get into the second side of it, which is the cannabinoid side, which we're showing heals us. But if we don't screw ourselves up, we may not actually need the cannabinoids to heal us so much. So hemp seed oil should be able to stand on its own without people coming in, mixing some cannabinoids in it and trying to legitimize an industry market share, because that's what we're seeing happen with this CBD oil. And I hate to say it, but I think a majority of what's out there is fake. It's being extracted from God knows where. Oh my God. And there is true European CBD extracted oils on the market. I know that Hemp Flax is working with companies that are legitimately doing it, but they're not shipping to America because they're afraid of the same reason they don't sell seeds. And the truth is, the people selling the stuff in America, I think you'd have to highly question it, get it tested to see what's actually in the paste you're buying in that syringe over the internet, because really there's no consistency here. And if they start taking alcohol and making concentrated forms of whatever cannabis their brother gave them, they're also concentrating pesticide levels, growth hormones, and other stuff that's in there, which actually can prove to be dangerous. So there's a huge conversation that's going untold here.
Yeah, I want to jump in on that.
Tony could talk about this because he works with some people that have tested some of these products.
Yeah, let me jump in on that. So basically, I agree with what you're saying, and you have to look at when somebody says CBD rich versus industrial byproduct of hemp that has been aged powderized and extracted with 7 different types of solvents, which have different adverse effect of compounding those chemicals. So what you end up having is you're taking fields and fields of hemp, it's dying, it's aging, it's compounding. They're then extracting that into an oil or a paste, and then they're trying to clean that up and extract it again, and you're compressing and pushing heavy metals deeper and deeper, because that's what hemp does. Hemp pulls heavy metals out of environments and out of soil. So you have to think of that plant not like a cannabis-rich plant, which is producing flowers and it's producing those rich oils. This is stems and leaves and seeds. And so that byproduct is completely different than the byproduct of a controlled plant like cannabis sativa or indica or large or thin leaf that's in a controlled environment as a greenhouse or a beautiful outdoor crop or an indoor operation. So we're cultivating for 2 completely different purposes. And so taking a concentrated form of an industrial byproduct that has been stomped on with lots of chemicals that test positive for heavy metals and jamming it into the body is only going to make it very astringent for epilepsy patients and cancer patients. And the way you could tell if it's not working is because you stop urinating 3 times a day and now it becomes once a week. It could actually cause people to have more seizures and lockups. It could have more muscle spasms, organ failures. It's something that doctors now in Colorado, pulmonary doctors, are talking about when you're drinking these types of concentrates of hemp teas in children. It's getting in their lungs. The heavy metals are causing problems. Martin from Project CBD released a lot of information on it, and people didn't like to hear about it. But the idea here is, you're growing medical grade resin from strains that are intently sought after to grow medicine. You're extracting it in a controlled, clean environment in a raw state, in raw form, so you're capturing what I call the full spectrum of cannabinoids, not just CBD or CBC or some industrial byproduct of one-dimensional. So I know, and I agree with what you say, that a full spectrum of cannabinoids is the best approach at cancer or tumors, whereas taking just a high CBD strain or a hemp CBD, there's not enough evidence out there to support that, and I wouldn't support that, nor would I support industrial hemp being used for a medicinal purpose.
Amen.
Yep, I'm there with you, man. That worst thing ever was the way they named that hemp oil. When I saw that, I just thought, oh. Talk about a good way to confuse people.
Well, I hate to bring it up, but we're almost at the 4-hour mark, so is that another long rip call?
Yeah, we'll bong rip it up. I'm not sure if I'm going to make it to 4:20 today, but we might go on for another 5 or 10 minutes here. I'm just reading a press release from a couple days ago that Bedrocan Cannabis Corp received a Health Canada MMPR production license.
And they're gonna irradiate it there too.
Well, they have a permit. What I'm reading about, I'm not reading about that. I'm reading that they have a permit to allow for immediate transfer of live genetic clones from the Netherlands company.
That's some shit to get. Doesn't Aaron have that too?
That's a good one.
You don't have that, Soma?
That's a serious one to have, like, the permit to bring.
Well, that's also the agreement that we have. That's why it was important when we had that little press release that came out about SRC and University of West Indies. What that agreement and partnership allows us to do is import tissue cultures and seeds and actual plant matter and clones with a special permit. It's a scientific permit that will allow you to do that for a tissue culture bank and for establishing your genetic database. And then if you're going to use them in any kind of clinical trial in conjunction with your products that you make, that's why you would have a genome sequencing, proton NMRs, and why you would sequence that map into the medicine, because when you actually have real results, you want to know exactly what's happening from literally seed to stem cell. And so that's part of the permit that we actually have. So we haven't we haven't exercised that yet, and we're gearing up for that. So Aaron actually will have permission to do that.
I don't know what I can and can't say, so I obviously knew that, but I'm glad that you were mentioning it and not I.
Yeah, it's tricky these days, right?
Dude, I just keep my mouth shut. Are you kidding me?
Well, that's, it's like it's different than a private company. So that's the one thing I learned in a public company was that you're not allowed to say anything about anything until it exists and it's public knowledge. So what that should have interpreted was that we're setting up for genetics, we're bringing in that database, and we're going to be setting up the extraction process to create those prana lines to then take them to toxicity and safety trials, which I'm hoping that would not just be 114 times safer than alcohol, because that's activated THC. We're hoping that phytocannabinoids would be, equivalent to a fruit, a tomato, or even, 100,000 times safer than Tylenol. So I think I'm positive that the first toxicity reports and things like that will come back extremely safe, because the first line of prana is concentrated non-activated psychotropic cannabinoids. So it's really the full spread, whether it's 85, 110, 200. We'll find that out here soon.
Very cool. I'm excited about it. I'm excited to wash some resin in the tropics.
Yeah, I'm excited to be part of history.
Historical for sure.
Awesome. It's historic. Congrats, Mark.
Give thanks, brother.
I think there'll be, a couple other select people, because it's not just like always just DNA, but like, what Don and Aaron are interesting about, it's like you have to have somebody that has a nose for selection, just like somebody can select a grape in wine fields. So selection and distribution of those said products, like when they're finally done right, is why we had a good, really strong bond. Besides being personal friends, but like a lot of people always ask us, what's the deal there? We've got a long history ahead of us of new chapters that we don't even know what's going to happen. So part of the whole United Cannabis thing is uniting all the best of the best people that we can that's in the industry and make profound changes in the industry, So there'll be a lot more other players, I think, on your and I's team down there. A lot of people will be excited about it, I think.
I think so. I know I'm pretty excited about it already. Like I said, I just never say anything, but I guess what you say is watch for the releases.
Well, and
I'm excited, but I'm not saying shit.
Yeah, and it's not even about just like our one product line. Like the cool thing about CRD that I like about it, because I've always wanted to have like basically a resin isolation factory. So now, I mean, it's a plant that we're setting up that other companies and other farmers will be growing raw product. They want to know what to do with it. They're going to need to take it to a facility that can isolate it, break it down into its medicinal purpose, and then actually infuse it. So that's why I was excited about Sun Spice, because they were like, hey, at first they were all scared. We're like, we want to do condiments like our Jamaican jerks and spices and things. And so I said, yeah, I mean, it doesn't really conflict with what we're doing. That's why we're here, to help you with your farmers and the co-op isolate that resin and infuse it into your localized products, and then you can now start shipping that off eventually when you have all the right tests and everything. So I think it's a really cool revolution for not just rosters and spiritual people that have fought that whole time, but other ganja farmers or farmers in the area that actually want to take an acre, 5 acres, 10 acres, dedicate to a co-op where their strains will be standardized for that outside, and they'll be able to get better yields and better resin, and ultimately be a part of a revolution that's going to happen there. I don't really think people understand how that's going to unify that position, and they'll be a lot different than the U.S. They'll be able to ship to many, many countries.
Mm-hmm.
It won't be a U.S. thing anymore.
I always imagine that the sound of the hash room won't be the swishing of water, but it'll be the muffled sound through the wall of
I think it's I think what's cool about it is that I think the resin and those strains is going to be interesting because Jamaica's definitely going to produce a particular type of sun resin.
Yes.
And it's each environment. It's a product of its environment. So what I like about Jamaica is that it's it can be 1,500 feet high, it could be 2,500 feet high in elevation, but surrounded by water. So you get this environment that's tropical, but it's also dry once you get past a certain elevation. So you're getting that kind of like mountain tropical combination. So resin that would be like short sativas would do better in one time of the year versus longer sativas. And I think the goal is to try to fine-tune really what's the best type of sativa that responds to that site. Like 11, 13, 12.
It will be exciting to get it started. I'm looking forward to getting back there next week.
Yeah, it's exciting. We got that nutraceutical conference that you're going to be able to showcase, and then we've got Stepping High Cup, and then we've got the soccer match.
Yeah, that's 3 big things to fit into a short, long trip.
And a visit to UE as well.
Then to Spain.
And then Spain after that. Yeah, we're going to be heading into Madrid, where we'll be driving 9 hours to...
Really?
No.
Oh my God.
I just can't, for whatever reason, I can't not bust Tony's balls on this one.
Change his ticket?
You know what the worst thing is? He probably didn't even do this. It probably wasn't even a mistake that he made.
A computer glitch.
Yeah, no, it's not a glitch, dude. It's a computer scam. It changes the webs. It changes the destination right as you click the button.
You kidding?
Yeah.
But you can't fix that somehow?
Where's
Tony? I can't see him anymore.
Delta.
He's there.
I'm here.
Delta. We'll get you there.
Careful. Don't you burn in your nose.
Yeah, what happens with that company is they basically, you get everything dialed in, then they switch a city or they switch your like middle name. They do something to where you have to like call them, and then
That's terrible. That's awful.
Then you gotta cancel. Then like you call them right away, and you go to cancel. Like, well, that's a 3-week hold on a $2,000 ticket, and they're like, well, we'll just keep charging your card another ticket, and then you're like, dude, you're maxing out my card. Like, we don't understand why we don't have anything left. It was like, because I have to like now pay it. So then I pay it, and then while I'm paying it, it's over the weekend, so it doesn't clear. So now you're not only out that money, then you're out the money that you're putting in, and then cancel your tickets on because it didn't charge through. And then you're out like 2 tickets worth. You're out $4,000 for a month.
No good. No good. No.
Dude, you know what? Last time Barcelona did some weird thing. Didn't it steal your ID and rack up your credit cards or something?
Exactly. That's what I'm laughing
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, it did. Oh, shit. Well, I guess I got 10 more minutes for a 420 rip, and then we're shutting her down, boys. That was 4 hours.
Getting her down. This was a good session today. A lot was discussed.
I think so. I think it was very good. I enjoyed it. Lots of good people, as always. Great to see Matt in the room. Great to see Kay coming back and Frenchie Cannoli. Stoma's only been in a couple of times now. That's a treat. And, of course, all the regulars. I appreciate you guys as well. So we got 10 minutes. Let's puff some bowls, talk about a few more things, not get into anything awesome, so we have to keep Hash Church going for 3 more hours.
I got a question for Todd. Is he still there, Todd?
Yeah, Todd's there. Let me unmute him or get him ready to answer your question. You go, Soma.
Hey, Todd.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yep.
I met you in '94, right?
Yeah, in Eugene, Oregon with Jack.
Oh,
Yep.
Not
REI.
Not in Las Vegas? Why did I think?
No, I want to say we were at your place. It was pre-Vegas. We went to Vegas because the Dead played in Vegas after I met you. Actually, the Dead did Eugene. We went to Eugene, and I would have to look at the tour schedule of the Grateful Dead to give you more accurate estimates.
Okay, but I got a question. When we took the drive in Vegas, and Jack was in the room, how did he not get busted?
That sucked, dude. That was when we opened the door and the cops were there. I was standing behind them. Yeah, I remember. You know, the cops were pretty chill about it. They just wanted us to kind of chill it the fuck out and just be chilling it the fuck out, and we did. I mean, I've had a lot of moments, guys. I got pulled over with Jack Harrow with his 3 children in the back of the van, dropping them off at the Portland airport because he was, you know, driving, and that's pretty much why they pulled him over. If you knew Jack. And he gets out of the car, as I do, and the cop turns to him, and he says, "I got to jump on the plane. I'm really sorry." She said, "Show me your tickets." He pulls his tickets out, and he opens them, and they're full of weed. And he looks at her, he's like, "Oh," and he just puts it, and he didn't want to dump it out. He closes it back up, sticks it in his pocket, tries to stuff it in his pocket. She is standing there in amazement. He pulls it back out, and there's no more weed. And he's like, "See?" I swear to shit. And then she says, "Okay, well, you have your children in the van. Let me see." We open it up, and they're, you know, for people that don't know, Jack had a mixed marriage. So his daughter is black, and his older daughter's black, and his youngest son's also, turns out, pretty black. And we open this up, and the lady's like, "You said these were your children." And they're like, "That is our dad." And the lady was like, "You know what? Just go away. Just go away." And it was pretty funny. And Jack jumped on the plane, and I had to drive off with the cop watching me. I was like, "Love you, Jack." That was right after meeting you. Thank you. I think it was a traumatic moment. I must have remembered it so intently, but yeah, hanging out with you. You had the upstairs crystal thing going on across from the REI. And it was cool, man. A long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would have been spring of '94, I think we met Soma, technically.
Yeah.
Hey,
we moved there on the same jet.
You clap the dog on and clap him off?
Yeah. I love you pick up on all the subtleties.
I was like, damn,
yeah,
you
it's
just
either
clapped the
clap
dog
or
off.
snap. That's hilarious. You know, that I don't like using their names outside, so instead I just make sounds that they understand. So it works.
I was at the
funny,
Cup
though.
the next year. I think I might have met Soma the next year at the Cup. I definitely met Jack that year and Eagle Bill.
'95 was the big year where you guys kind of all came out, if you will. That was, you know, Soma and I were at the '94 Cup. That was the first year you went, Soma. I stayed at Hager's, and that was a trip.
The first time I met Soma
That
was
was '95. You got married. Yeah. '95 is when I met Mark, and that's when we went out the second time, Soma, and you never went home. We were on the High Times play. Remember Gene passing out joints and getting arrested at Skiffle? So 150 stoners come on to New York City in a plane, and we're greeted by Gene, a serious seed, who's got 2 grocery bags full of pre-rolled joints and starts handing it to all these Americans who are just thrilled to be in Amsterdam. We, without knowing, light up our joints in the middle of the airport, so there's this atomic cloud of pot smoke billowing over us.
And we didn't get arrested. We didn't get arrested.
Oh, okay. They're all stupid. And, you know, and then just whisks us away. They were like, "Just please go outside with it. Please, just keep going. Just keep going." Amsterdam's further down the street. It was pretty funny. They took Gene in and then let him leave with his weed. How crazy is that? Way back when in Amsterdam. They slapped him on the wrist and don't give away pot to the stupid Americans. They don't know when to use it.
Dude, how hilarious is that?
Are we talking about Radar?
Yeah, he was
Radar, yeah, Gene. Yeah,
Radar.
Radar, you're funny. Yeah, Radar. Yeah, right. That's it. Yeah.
Just in case the world doesn't know about Radar.
Yeah, Radar's cool, man. Serious Seeds. It was a different world. You know, we were all so kind of new at it and just seeing what was up and making up the rules as we went along. And I never imagined 20 years later it would be such a big event now. And you know, it's incredible. I mean, to think of. And it's only growing, you know. This is what the beauty is. I think the more we communicate, the more it grows. The more people will get brave and jump in and, you know, get involved. And that's what it's all about, really, getting involved. So please join my community at hemp.xxx and share your experiences with cannabis. But yeah, really, that's what it's all about. I truly believe that in my heart. Growing our community.
Growing our community. Unity.
I love you, Todd. I love you, everybody. I'm going to go.
Hey, thanks for coming out, Soma. We appreciate seeing you, brother. Take it easy, Albert.
Right at
See you
20.
soon, see you soon, Soma.
Yeah, see you in Spain.
4 more minutes. It's 4:20, so you better puff one for us.
I will.
The first time I met him was in Spain when we just recently went there like a year ago. And remember when he found my cell phone number? And like we were hanging out, we smoked him with like the 91 chem and the grape. And then he was like, we were hanging out at H2 or HQ. Yep. And then like we were filming, and then someone was calling me, and I was like, who's calling me from this weird number? I was like, who is this guy calling? Who's this guy calling? Finally, I was like, ugh. And I pick up the phone, and I'm like, hello. And he's like, Tony. And I'm like, yeah. And he goes, where are you? I go, I'm at HQ with Bubbleman. Who's this? He's like, this is Soma. Walk 3 blocks down on the right. Meet me there. Let's smoke that hash.
I can smell good hash from way more than 3 blocks away.
And it was like he just found us in the middle of Spain on my cell phone. I was like, what? Didn't even give him my cell phone number.
He's a man of many hats. He can access cell phone numbers. He can make full melt, breed genetics.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
Some good hash these days.
I'm going to get mine ready.
So, I love you all.
There's 523 people watching, and I expect every one of them to have a 420 with us in approximately 100 seconds.
Okay. Wait 1 second.
I'm going to make sure mine is exactly a 420.
I'm going for the barb.
Go for the barb, too.
Yeah, me too.
I'm going for the
All right. We're gearing it up. It's 1:19. Everyone that's got their pipe ready, hold it up to your camera once it's ready, and I'll go through and I'll show everyone hitting their piece. Cuban's got a nice piece of hash he's holding up.
All right, let me grab my piece. Yeah.
I've clearly already dropped my piece of hash, so I should probably get another one. Oh, I didn't even pull it out of here. Wow.
I got a pipe coming.
Nice. They've got theirs. Horatio's got his. Johnny B's, his is up. Soma's got his up. Tony's is on the table. Matt's showing the barb off. There's all sorts of rigs on the table. Terps dude in the red shirt is an absolute beast who's not stopped hitting that fucking rig the entire time. And many people mentioned you in chat, dude. I forgot to give you a shout out, you beast. Fucking dabaholic. I love it. Keep it up, dude. You're gonna lead our 420. It's 420, bro. Hit it up.
Is it time?
Yeah, it's time, man. Terps is hitting. So too shall all of you.
I'm going to hit this fine Cuban grower dry sift. What I need more of.
My brother.
Cuban's still there?
I'm here, man.
You tell him, Darrin, you tell him I want to do a collab with him?
You talking to me?
Yeah, I want to do a term set collab.
I made that. Well, hey, I'm down. Whatever collab you want to do with me, I'm more than open to it. My brother Aaron, you know you can always come to my house, man. I would love to have you here. I have more than enough sift for you, bro.
Well, I got some bags over here.
Yeah, hey, I'll go down there too, you know what I mean? I'm down to travel.
All right.
I know what I need.
I'll get with everybody. Tony, love you, bro. Hey, I'm gonna DM you so we can get together.
Give me an email, Aaron@dnagenetics.com.
I will for sure. Guys in the chat, everybody, Soma, it's always nice to see you, bro. Matt, Horatio. I mean, everybody in the chat, bro. Much love. I'm really high. I took a hit, bro. That must have been like a 0.3, and that shit had me trying to catch my breath for like 10 minutes.
I smoked a whole gram of this strawberry lemon 120 during this time.
Well, thanks everyone for coming to Hash Church. That was a fucking great 4-hour and 21 episode. Give thanks, Tony V, United Cannabis, River Rock, Blue River, PRD, representing as always. Give thanks for Todd McCormick and all his great group of people. Thank you for coming out, Frenchie and Kay from Trichome Technologies. Super pleasure to have you guys. I hope we get you back soon. Thanks for sharing a 420 with us, Soma, even though it's probably 1 in the morning in Amsterdam right now.
10:30.
Oh, that's not so bad. Matt the Great Gardener with Sweetgrass, Sarah in the house. Thank you guys for coming out for Hash Church. Now you see what the magic's all about.
Now I'm going to be up till 10 p.m. I got
And
chores
Mark,
to do.
I won't be stopped thinking about that Jerry toque all day. That is an awesome little beanie. So, Hannah Strack, thanks for coming out, buddy. Johnny B with the 90U and Horatio. Give thanks for coming out, buddy. You're coughing, but I appreciate your presence. Cuban and the Cuban Queen, thank you guys for coming out. Trichomes. And of course, Aaron from DNA, the Sift King with 80,000 kilos of Sift in his freezer.
Yeah. Hey, and I'm gonna go down there and clean it. I saw those bags clear. I'll be there. Much love, guys. Peace.
Thanks, guys.